Hello and welcome. So I thought we'd do something a little bit different for this video. Today we're going to be reacting to a bunch of videos about Aaron Bushnell posted on Twitter. These are videos that come from news sources, TikTokers, all this sort of thing. So I'm going to have a whole bunch of content for you here, and we're doing this React style, hence the gimmick. Alright. So, as we get into each video, I'll go and tell you what we're looking at and give you a bit of the context around it. The first one is going to be a video about the Aaron Bushnell Memorial that took place in Washington, D.C., outside of the Israeli embassy. And I should clarify that for each of these videos, I have not watched them in advance. So, as they come up, this is going to be a experience for me as well.
We will honor all our martyrs. We will honor all our martyrs.
So, right off the bat, religious language, martyrdom, and you're going to notice a bunch of people here. We're going to have a number of videos from this demonstration, and so right off the bat, you can see that there are the media people covering it. You have the Muslim lady over here. You have all those Jews against Israel over to the left there. We're going to have a Army intelligence officer and former Army intelligence officer speak later on. So, yeah, it's going to be a whole thing.
We will honor all our martyrs. We will honor all our martyrs. We will honor.
By the way, the point of this sort of chanting that they do is, once more, this is to bypass your rational faculties and to get you thinking in this mimetic, hypnotic manner where you're just obsessing over a few words, and it's designed to go and get you hyper emotional. This is essentially how propaganda works, whether you're going from corporate propaganda to these sorts of people right here. This is how it goes and bypasses your rational faculties to go and sell you something. This is groupthink. This is crowdthink. Yeah, and so right off the bat, this is a very dishonest tactic, and it's not going to get any better, I have a feeling.
All our martyrs.
We will honor all our martyrs.
We gather today to honor the lives of over 30,000 Palestinians stolen from us in the past 4 months.
So as far as I pointed out before, these sorts of numbers, you can't actually verify them. This is coming from the active combat zone, and there's no way to go and actually verify the numbers here. So they just want to go and throw out a big number and say, ooh, look at how big this number is. And of course, that doesn't factor in, what's the civilian casualty rates, which are, of course, every civilian casualty is a tragedy, but every Hamas fighter that is killed is something that is necessary for this war to end. So the question is, well, how many of these people that you're saying died are civilians versus how many are soldiers? The way that they go and frame this with the 30,000 number is always that they go and say, oh, that 30,000, and they throw it out there, and they want you to go and assume that that's all civilians. Well, of course, we know that that's not going to be the case. We know that there is not going to be a zero amount of civilians. There are going to have been thousands of civilians, unfortunately, that have been killed so far. As I pointed out before, this is the nature of engaging in an urban warfare setting. Not that these sorts of people would understand like the difficulties of urban warfare or anything, but and remember, it was Hamas's choice to engage Israel in the cities. Yes, there isn't really an option for Hamas to go and engage elsewhere, because open battle would be, of course, pretty suicidal against the Israeli army, but nevertheless, they did choose to go and put their civilian population at risk in this way.
We gather to honor the lives and homes being bombed across Arab lands, from Lebanon to Syria to Yemen.
Who's doing the bombing in Syria? Oh, right, they're going to go and blame Israel for that. Well, silly little me. I thought that was Assad that was just randomly shooting off artillery at cities in Syria, but, that's just, I suppose, being honest. And, of course, helped by Russia, which is, of course, the friendly, non-colonial power that just happens to have troops in Syria. They're murdering local Syrians.
We gather here to honor the heroism that occurred on this land yesterday of Aaron Bushnell, making the ultimate sacrifice in
to our religious language. And a hero, remember, this is the ascetic ideal of the hero that they're talking about here, the ascetic martyr. This is what they're going and promoting to people. Now, the ascetic martyr is the martyr who is against life in their fundamental nature, and let me do a brief explanation of that. So the idea of asceticism is that you have this realm of ideals, or the super realm, and this can be anything you want it to be. This could be God, this could be your idea of a better future world, this could be a whole bunch of things. But the point is that you obsess about that, and that becomes the only thing that's important to you, rather than the here and now, the real world, the real creatures in the real world. And these people all have this idealistic notion of the future. They don't believe in the Palestinian people as they are right now. They believe in this hyper-idealized version of the Palestinian, which is the Palestinian as sort of this super persecuted minority, this super indigenous person. And this is not the reality of the Palestinian people. There's a real, true reality to the Palestinian people, and that's something that we can discuss and talk about, their merits, their faults. But these sorts of people, they only want to see the Palestinians as their super idealized person. And so then Aaron Bushnell, what he does is that he goes and removes himself from life to go and attain this super idealized world, which is the world of the idealized Palestinian, where the idealized Palestinian wins. And again, this isn't the reality. This isn't about who the real Palestinians are, who the real Palestinians in the Gaza Bank are. Yeah, this is just the reality, right?
Devotion to true liberation. Arabs and Palestinians have a strong tradition in honoring our martyrs. The word for martyr in Arabic, shaheed, translates to witness, or
martyr translates to witness in Greek as well. And this is why I also, of course, go and cross it back to that whole notion of idealism, because as I went over previously, the idealistic martyr is in Greek culture most personified by Socrates, who of course drinks the poison in defiance of the city council rather than renouncing his beliefs, and then goes and asks for his friend to go and offer up a rooster to the god of healing, because death is the greatest healing, and I'm going to a better place, the world of ideals. So that is the ascetic martyr at its core, and this is what these people believe in most fundamentally. And I want to say that this is the anti-Enlightenment way of thought. This is entirely a betrayal of the Enlightenment principles, which is why when you see people like the left, for example, going out and supporting all of this, this is fundamentally a betrayal of what they claim to be built upon. Right, and we'll continue.
One whose final moment in life is as a witness to injustice.
Yep, so you'll note the little assertion of ideology there, where the concept is that Islam is justice and our martyrs are for justice, when of course, as I pointed out, there's been a lot of injustice. I mean, there was a lot of native peoples on their land that the Arabic and Muslim populations want to displace, and which is why much of North Africa and the Middle East speaks Arabic despite not being actually Arabic. Groups like the Egyptians aren't Arabs. Group like the Libyans Algerians, Tunisians, these aren't Arabs either. And then you have like some people call like the Syrians Arabs, for example, but they're an entirely different branch of that Arabic population, so they're not the Middle Eastern Arabs. Then you have the Lebanese, who are the Phoenicians. Point being that all these people have their own languages and cultures, but they sort of got superseded into the sort of super Arabism, which is going to be why there's this extremely ironic concept of the Arabic who is talking about opposing colonialism, when the reality is that, of course, much of the Middle East has effectively been subjugated to Arabic colonialism. Which, of course, is going to also be kind of ironic because it isn't even really the Arabs that are truly responsible for this current mess. It's actually the Iranians trying to go and pull off the colonization of the Middle East, their version of the colonization of the Middle East. They're just using the Arabs as proxy forces, which is sort of another thing to go into.
Aaron Bushnell was a martyr whose final moment was spent in the heat of one naked, unflinching truth. The moral conscience of every human being, from the belly of the beast to the farthest reaches of the earth, demands immediate attention and action to end the horrors before us.
Remember, he identified the U.S. as being the place that the belly of the beast dwelled. So, once more, it just completely ignores all of the evils that the Russia, China, Iranian axis are doing. Yeah, just... Ugh. By the way, is there any bets on whether that Jewish kid in the background is sort of dying inside, that his parents are making him go and do this? I don't know.
We honor these martyrs. We bear witness to their deaths. We commemorate their lives, not because it is easy, but because it is one of the highest duties we have to our people.
Yes.
Aaron Bushnell's sacrifice is being remembered across the world.
Sacrifice. So, once more, we've abandoned the ideal language of the Enlightenment, and now we're going to go and say, there's this sacrifice. The idea of the Enlightenment is to go and move beyond all of the bad parts of primitivism, right? There's a good part about the ideals of the primitive peoples, and remember, we're going to go and I'll occasionally be using ideals here in the sort of contemporary use for them, but the ideas of the primitive peoples are that, there's this notion towards freedom, lack of hierarchy a lot of the time, and then you can kind of see that there's this difference between that and civilization. But the point is that, to go and just say that, we're going to go and abandon the Enlightenment in favor of going back to all of this nonsense about sacrifice and religion, all of these really bad ideas that religion put into the world. Complete mistake, complete rot, complete rottenness. And the fact that it's being supported by people who call themselves progressives is just that little insanity point on the cherry. Ugh.
Today, he has taken the most honorable stance a free person can make, to willingly choose the fire of this world in the name of justice and liberation, rather than stand by and be complicit in genocide.
So it's more, their ideal hero is the guy who goes and kills himself. Like I said, this is how you have to see these people. They are ultimately about death, not life. Remember that. Which is why, as I pointed out many times before, there's that whole statement from the military leader of Hamas, we love death as you love life. And remember, that is the aesthetic insanity summarized absolutely. And in rejecting that, we are free to love life. That is what we want, to go and love life. But these people, they want you to go and be obsessed with fake things, these fake ideal worlds. And instead, we need to go and be interested in reality, what's actually happening we need to go and have a realistic appraisal. And for my purposes here, that'll mean having a realistic appraisal of both the Israelis and the Palestinians. I'm not going to go and shy away from criticizing Israel when it's merited. I'm not going to go and shy away from criticizing Palestine when it's merited. I'm not going to go and have this ideal of either. Because, there are some people who are going to go and have, like, an idealized notion of the Jews as, like, this chosen people and that sort of thing. No. The Jews are one people amongst many in the world. That is fundamentally true. You don't need to imagine them as the bearers of angels or as devils. They are one people amongst many in this world. That is how you should go and see them. They will be, of course, unique and special to themselves, as is every ethnic group to itself. But fundamentally, that is how we need to look at them.
He continues in the distinct tradition of heroic martyrs who have self-immolated to spark revolution. From Thich Quang Duc in protest in Vietnam, to Mohammed Bouazizi sparking the Arab Spring in Tunis. This is the ultimate form of protest, the response to the ultimate evils present in this world.
It's the honest absolutist language there. Ultimate this, ultimate that, ultimate evils. Yeah, this is the mindset that you're going in with. And it's not being challenged by any of these people, despite most of these people not being religious types that you can tell here. Like, she has these Jews behind her, but most of these people that are in this crowd are going to be just, again, like left progressives. That's going to be their mindset. And no challenge for the concepts of absolutism being expressed here.
We honor these martyrs and assure that their deaths inspire millions to sacrifice for global revolution.
And there you have it. Call to violence. I want you to go and do the same thing. Go and kill yourselves to go and make a point for my ideals. She will never, of course, do that for herself. She's just content to be this social activist that stands in the West and goes and criticizes everything that it does. But yeah, they want people to go and kill themselves for the cause. So stated expressly right there.
Woo! Woo!
Of course, that gets cheered. Do you see how ridiculous these people are? Like, this is what I'm trying to go and show you.
Bushnell was an active duty member of the Air Force. The ruling class do not want the people to know that this was an American soldier who sacrificed his life, not for the interests of the elite, but for the people.
Yeah.
No, he sacrificed himself so that he could go and be a propaganda statement for the elite of Russia, China, Iran, and Hamas. Remember, there's not one elite in the world. There's a whole bunch of elites. They happen to go and be in every single country. It doesn't matter what the politics of that country are. You can have elites that are business people. You can have elites that are political party people. You can have elites that are religious people in a few countries. These are all still elites, and they all still have their own goals and motivations. And to go and make a propaganda point for one group of elites is still going to be to make the propaganda point for those elites. But of course, these are remember, one of the things that these people want in the martyrdom complex is they want a victimhood complex alongside that. That whole sense of victimhood and persecution is what's, as a matter of fact, driven their religions to the sort of success that they are in nowadays. So, Islam, Muhammad starts out as a persecuted prophet in Mecca, and then they take that and then they go and use that as the force to go and propel themselves to conquest over a whole bunch of other areas. Because we were persecuted at this one time. Same thing with early Christianity being established in the Roman Empire. We were persecuted, and now we're going to go and persecute all of these regular people and go and destroy their shrines and their temples, and we're going to go and call ourselves righteous for doing that because we stand in the blood of the martyrs, and so on and so on. Communism, of course, the persecution of the working class, and which of course results in the elite that go and continue to persecute the working class just now under the name of the Communist Party. So, yeah.
This one act undermines every piece of American propaganda that furthers a false narrative of freedom and democracy, and that the
Yep, so there you go. Oh look, my guy went and killed himself for my ideal, ergo he is now this great super ascended martyr. And oh, that goes and makes everything that you people are saying propaganda. Meanwhile, she's just sprouting complete absolutist propaganda here, absolutist idealist propaganda.
The highest form of honor is to serve in the military. A lie sold to exploit poor and working class youth to give them one means of survival and contribute to the exploitation of the masses around the world.
Yep, so don't be in the military, don't go into the military. Oh, and by the way, this totally by coincidence also goes and helps bolster Russia and China and Iran, who of course conscript their people en masse. But you know what, we're not going to go and tell you about that. We're not going to go and critique that. You know, we're not going to go and criticize anything that happens there. We're just going to go and tell you, oh, the military's exploitative, blah de blah de blah. Again, social parasitism here. Of course, that gets applauded.
It's a false choice imposed upon people in a country that doesn't provide for their safety and well-being.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure there isn't a massive social security program in the U.S. that goes and supplies like basic needs to people, goes and gives them food stamps. Yeah, there's absolutely no social security system in the U.S. that does that. Absolutely not. There is, by the way.
Aaron Bushnell saw through these lies. He shattered this myth with a very clear message. His refusal to be complicit destroyed this narrative, and he did so in a way that could not be denied by the media.
No, he burned himself alive. And, yeah, that's what he did. He removed himself from the world. He did not go and make any statement beyond that. His viewpoints, as I've gone over, they're very immature, and you do not need to go and... I've unveiled the real Aaron Bushnell, not this fake mythologized version that these people are going and talking about. And you know what? A lot of the people in the media also did that. They just didn't do it in quite as thorough a way typically because, well, yeah.
And we remind everyone in his own words that this extreme act of protest compared to what the people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizer is not extreme at all. Right. For over 4 months, our people have been experiencing absolute horrors at the hands of the Zionist entity. The Zionist entity whose premier outpost in front of us was labeled yesterday.
Remember, Hamas went and started this war. And then they went in and they massacred a whole bunch of Israeli civilians. And now they're going and protesting, like, oh, how dare you invade us back? Whoa, we're on the losing foot now. Remember, this is their hypocrisy. They want to go and be treated like a country. In some ways, they don't want to go and have any of the moral responsibility of a country in other ways. If any country goes and invades another one, that other country is morally in the right to go and invade them back. Like, this is the reality of the situation. This is not the fantasy world of these people. But remember, these people are religious absolutists. They want to live in a world where everything they do is fine. They can go and kill you. They can go and murder you. They can do anything that they want to you because they're better than you. At heart, they're better than you. And you're these little dehumanized people that they're going to go and kill because that is absolutely fine. That is moral to them. An absolute lie, but just this is how the absolutists think. Because remember, the people of her religion, when they were offered the opportunity to go and in North Africa, there were plenty of paganism rulers that had embraced paganism amongst the Berbers who were going and rising up against the Christians. And then when the Islamists arrived, they went and killed off the pagans and forcibly converted anyone who was too cowardly to die for their actual beliefs, this is what they did. And this is the person who's telling you, oh, I want you to go and be, sorry for us. We're the persecuted people. We can go and do whatever we want to the people that we've labeled as persecutors and colonizers. So there's no sense of moral universality here. This is just us versus them, and we can do whatever we want to them. And this is why they're being so angry here, because this false idea, this lie, is being called out.
With only an ounce of the true horror of its foundation and legacy. We have lost 30,000 of our people, 30,000 of our people in Gaza alone. Hundreds of thousands are at the brink of death from starvation. How many of our people have been burned to their core?
Once more, this is the fault of Hamas, who Israel is attempting to remove now. This is no different than when the Khmer Rouge attacked Vietnam. This is an identical action. And what has to happen is that the extremist regime has to be removed. The Khmer Rouge, the Vietnamese Communist Party, went in and took them out. And that was something that had to happen. And Cambodia nowadays is vastly better for it. Cambodia nowadays is at least a very good country to move in compared to a lot of other places in the world. Sure, it's not the wealthiest country, but you know what? The people there are generally happy. So sometimes you have to go and do these things. Like Germany, you had to take out the Nazi party in Germany to go and have a good world. And now the people in Germany have a good form of life. They have a good living standard. They're a lot happier. This is the exact same sort of thing that has to happen in Gaza. Hamas has to go, and then the absolutist mindset has to go there. And then when that's done, you can then go and build up the Gaza Strip as it can be anything. It could be a supporting economy with factories. It could be a technological economy. It just takes the willpower to go and do that sort of thing, to move on from the absolutist notions. A reminder, it is less densely populated than Singapore, and it has better access to the sea because you don't have that. Singapore has, of course, that issue with the it being so near the other countries that it can't really expand out as much as it would want to the sea. But here's the thing. In Palestine, you can do that, so there are just a lot of options for what you could do in Palestine if only the conflicts would end. And that's before we're talking about whether there can be mutual development with the West Bank, which, of course, the West Bank is a much larger piece of territory.
From white phosphorus bombs that the people in this building...
Absolutely false. White phosphorus has not been used in the Gaza Strip. Those videos, they're from Syria, or other videos were taken from Ukraine. Yeah. In both cases, the Russians were involved in those specific war crimes. And remember, these things have been debunked completely. So, yeah, these are just propagandizing lies that this woman, of course, is going to go and continue to repeat.
Help to purchase. Yep. How many of our people were burned in the ruins of the rubble of their own homes? Yep. How many of our people bled to death in hospitals with no fuel left to burn? Yeah.
Hamas has fuel depots underneath in its tunnel system. It just doesn't go and choose to share them with the hospitals. Remember, that fuel that they're using, the reason they keep it down there is because that's what they're using to go and power their rockets. The rockets and the mortars that they continuously fire into Israel. So yeah, you could have a working, functioning hospitals, but Hamas goes and chooses not to go and share that fuel with the hospitals. Instead, they're going and shooing them off into Israel. So remember, that's what they prioritize. They prioritize potentially going and killing a few Jews over going and actually powering hospitals. It just tells you that, this is how they view the Palestinian people, as their pawns. And this woman is going to propagandize on behalf of them. And so remember that everything that she's doing is against the Palestinian people in their most prominent of needs.
How many years of vigils will we be attending to honor our martyrs? All who have paid the same price as Aaron and have not garnered the global admiration or grief.
Exactly.
Remember, these people don't care about what's happening in Syria, how Assad is killing Syrian civilians. They don't care about what's happening in Ukraine. They don't care that all these things are linked together. They don't care about the Sudanese who are currently facing a famine because of what the Houthis are doing. They support all these movements. The Houthis, the Hamas, Assad, Russia, all of these things that are associated together, these are fundamentally their beliefs. This global nexus. And remember, it's a global collection, the new axis, that are going to go and be terrible for the world if they're allowed to win. They're the ones that are going to go and create the new empires, be the new colonial powers. And these people are all helping them along. They're helping by becoming their little proxy voices.
The war criminals in this city, the war criminals in this building, and in the White House have the souls and blood of Aaron, every Palestinian killed, tortured, imprisoned, and starves on their hands.
So you know that Aaron chose to kill himself, and yet these people over here still being blamed for it, even though they didn't kill him. Like, just absolutely insanity, right? Absolute insanity. Like, the people in the Israeli embassy had nothing to do with Aaron's death. They had absolutely nothing to do with Aaron going and making that choice to go and kill himself, but they're still going to be represented as though they're morally responsible for that, because these people are once more absolutists.
We affirm with every breath that we will resist until liberation, that their blood is the most priceless on this planet, that every...
Yep, so we're better than everyone else. We have better blood than everyone else. We're the best people in the world. And this is, remember, this is what you're seeing over and over again. Like, just how little care goes to the other people in the world compared to how much care goes into the people of the Gaza. Like, again, now these people are protesting whenever Russia goes and bombs Ukrainian cities. Now these people are going and protesting when the Syrians have been bombed by the Assad government for over 10 years now. They're not going and protesting any of this. They're just going and saying, oh, we're just the most priceless blood on the planet. And meanwhile, just, it's ridiculous. An absolute case of someone who is hyper-ethnocentric, and she wants you to go and buy into her hyper-ethnocentrism.
Drop paves the path to liberation. That is why, no matter the devastation the empire unleashes on our people, we fight on undeterred and unshaken.
Yep, so once more, the empire, just regarding the West as the empire. I'd also say that this is probably the sort of person who believes in like a Zog conspiracy. Remember, there's a lot of people on the left that talk about that sort of Zog, Zionist-occupied government conspiracy as well. We're just unfortunately more familiar with it on the right because the right was emphasized as far as what they believed there, and then the left was kind of ignored. And we're seeing, of course, the result of ignoring the festering anti-Semitism and fanaticism in the left setting right here, right now.
Because we know that we do not fight alone, because we recognize the conviction and commitment behind Aaron's words, and feel the same rage at those responsible for the slaughter in Gaza. Everyone here feels that same righteous anger that Aaron felt, and we share the same refusal to be unmoved by what we are seeing with our own eyes.
So once more, the emotions that are being appealed to are rage, anger. This is exactly what Aaron said drove him on, rage, anger, and with Aaron it was also a massive guilt complex. So critical points, what they want people to go and feel. And remember, when you're in that state of constantly feeling rage, you get that little endorphins go and dopamine going through your mind. They're going and giving you those mental rewards. And so you can actually get yourself into a point where you're addicted to feeling feelings of rage and hatred and anger. Very dangerous, but this is what a lot of these people feel. And of course, when you get into like the anarchists, when they're going and rioting, that's also tapping into something very primal in humans, which is the desire to go and destroy and to kill. This is what's being tapped into there, and these are emotions that are very bad for society. These are emotions that we intentionally go and diminish because they are very harmful, but these sorts of people want to go and feel those and go and act those out. It's one of the things that makes them very bad.
He screamed, "Free Palestine!" until he drew his last breath. With every muscle, through the sheer pain, through tears.
By the way, he didn't, for the record, die when he set himself on fire. He died, I believe, the next day in the hospital from his burns. This demonstration, by the way, in front of the Israeli embassy is taking place, I believe, one day after Aaron Bushnell's death. So that's just to give you an idea of all these groups that were mobilized in. They were just waiting for him to die, of course, because then they could go and use him as this propaganda tool, this propaganda prop for themselves. Yeah, and of course that's ultimately what you are as a martyr that goes and kills yourself. You're a propaganda prop for the people that are going to go and use you.
Through flames and through fire, with every muscle in his body, he screamed, "Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free!"
Yeah, the mantra is coming back again. The mantra to go and go beyond your rational thought. Yeah, so see, it's not like a massive demonstration. There's probably 100 people here in total, maybe 150 or something like that. But anyways.
Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Alright, and that was that. So, absolutism and idealism combine together to go and get people to go and have violent feelings, violent actions, and a lot of propaganda mixed in there for good measure. So that's fundamentally what that woman was about. And of course, absolutely no focus on the actual villains in this entire situation, who are the ones that are messing with peace in the area. Which means that she has the exact opposite solution to what the Palestinian people need. But of course is still going to consider herself to be an advocate because she is too propagandized into that setting. Alright, so this is once more the people who are protesting outside of the Israeli embassy from that same protest. We see, "Stop killing children, Israel bombs baby." Remember, these are the propaganda lines that they want you to go and believe in. Oh, Israel is bombing kids, they're killing kids indiscriminately. It's intended to go and, the use of this language is intended to make you go, oh, Israel is intentionally going and bombing and killing kids. Remember, any child that goes and dies in the Israeli-Hamas war, that's not an intentional victim. That is going to be someone who was unintentionally killed. And once more, it's an urban combat setting. There's still civilians in those areas because even though Israel tried to go and evacuate everyone, not everyone is going to, of course, go and trust Israel. And Hamas is not going to have any problems with using civilians as their body shield, which is why they go and build their infrastructure into the cities and go and interweave it into buildings. We've seen this happen constantly. This is the issue that you're having here. It's what makes this fight really, really so difficult, because it's even more difficult than your average sort of urban warfare site, because there's that tunnel system underneath. So remember, Israel is fighting the most difficult war as far as the urban warfare saying goes, perhaps the most difficult urban warfare that has ever actually taken place in history because of that tunnel system. So just keep that in mind. They have to be very clever about how they do it. They'll not be able to do it without inflicting civilian casualties. That's just the unfortunate thing that's going to happen. It's not intentional, though. They intentionally kill children, but it's emotive language, emotive rhetoric that goes against these people's brains shifting around. It gives them dopamine hits of rage. That's essentially what this sort of language is going for.
To pay homage to our brother, and with such an impactful form of resistance, and so.
So not the greatest speaker there, but she's even got me doing it now. So just goes to show you their little memorial there. So, U.S. genocide, Israel is killing kids and babies and all this sort of thing. I think I should also mention that, of course, half of the dead Palestinians that you see are not actually going to be Palestinians. They're actually photos that have been adopted from places in Syria. And that's an important point because those Syrians are being bombed by the same people who go and support Hamas. So just keep that in mind, that this is all connected, that if you want civilian deaths in Gaza to go and stop, Hamas needs to go. The Palestinians need to become a moderate people. That's what needs to happen. That is the way that peace will happen. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right.
Bushnell!
Alright, so what's happening here is this is in Portland, Oregon, which of course you'll know is one of those famously wacky cities in the U.S. It's actually probably the most lunatic, it has the highest number of lunatics per capita in the U.S. So anyways, what happened is that a dozen U.S. Army veterans put on this little protest and show for Aaron Bushnell, and they are going and burning their uniforms to go and show solidarity with him. Yep, so that's what's happening.
Aaron Bushnell! He's not alone! He's not alone!
Once more, the chance to go and penetrate your rationality and go to that emotive part within you. So don't think, just go and chant along with the crowd, be one with the crowd, go and give up your individuality, go and give yourself fully to the cause. That's what these people are like. That's why they go and use these sorts of chants.
Remember Aaron Bushnell? He's not alone! He's not alone! Remember Aaron Bushnell? Remember Aaron Bushnell? He's not alone! He's not alone! Remember Aaron Bushnell?
Yep. See, it's hypnotic, isn't it? Just chant the same thing over and over. You'll eventually stop thinking about what you're saying. You're just going to be expressing an emotion, the emotion of the crowd. Very bad, very, very wrong idea. And once more, this is what we were trying to go and move on when we did the Enlightenment. We were trying to go and move on from this sort of fanaticism that was all throughout the West. And these people want to go and bring it all back. And you know what? If you go and bring it all back, I tell you that those bad Western tendencies that you saw during the colonial era, the era of Christianity, these are all what's going to go and come back. It might be under a different form, but you're going to see it appear again. You saw that in Russia with the Communist Party, how they were that imperialist and expansionist and went around and screwed with a whole bunch of places in the world. That is exactly what you're going to get if you go and put in the absolutist ideologues here. So, don't give them power. Be a rational thinking person. This is your duty as a human being. And if anything else, this is your duty to yourself. This is what you as a person need to go and live for.
He's not alone! He's not alone! Remember Aaron Bushnell! Remember Aaron Bushnell! He's not alone! He's not
So, okay, so yeah, you saw it right there. The psychology of the crowd on display, what these people used to go and manipulate other people. Yep, don't go and fall for this. This is very bad stuff. This is very bad concept. This is very psychologically manipulative, and as I point out, these people in the far left, they are simply going and using the same sort of psychology that you got out of the early church, the same sort of psychology that went and drove the early Christians to go and burn the Library of Alexandria down. These are the exact same sort of psychology that these people have. Do not go and let them win.
Already are lying about it. Not.
All right, so we have here a little TikToker who is going to go and give us her impressions of everything that's been going on. Yep. Do you like the idea of getting your hardcore fix of politics and ideas in minute and a half? Because, yep, that's what you're going to get. And we're going to go and well, just look at the face that she's given here. I think she's going to be a rager as well. So, not just in print media.
Not just in print media. This is what I just saw from MSNBC.
We have an update now on a truly tragic incident in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell of San Antonio, Texas, the active-duty airman in the U.S. Air Force who set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in an apparent protest against the Israel-Hamas war, has died.
You got that? She said he died in an apparent protest of the Israeli-Hamas war.
Yeah. That's just a statement of fact. Like, remember, I have my own criticisms of the mainstream media. I am not someone who's like, oh, I just adore the mainstream media. No. I have a problem with the way that our mainstream media is run. But, you know, remember, like, that's just stating what's happening. So it's like, all right, we're going to go see what her reaction is now.
Oh, okay. So here's a video of him, which he details himself, saying exactly why he was doing it. Saying it was because he couldn't be complicit in the genocide. Once he actually took the action, he screams multiple times, "Free Palestine."
Uh-huh. Like, okay. See, part of the thing you have to remember, too, is that the mainstream media is always is going to be kind of cagey about talking about suicide, because it's like they all want to go and seem like they're promoting it or giving people the idea that it's a good idea. You know, even on YouTube, like, if my channel was theoretically monetized, like, I was just talking and throwing around words like suicide, that's the sort of thing that apparently gets you demonetized now, because advertisers are like, oh, we don't want to be associated with it. Yeah, much more. It lends itself to infantilization, yes. You know, it's like that's I guess just what they've chosen to go and be like. It's not what I'm like. I'm a lot more of the sort of person that's like, if I'm seeing something that's serious, I want you to go and take it seriously. I'm not going to go and hide myself and say, oh, I'm going to go and blot out whenever I say a word like rape or suicide or death or genocide. You know what? These are the sorts of words that you throw around and they get you demonetized and that sort of thing. I'm not, though, going to be the sort of person who goes and says, I'm going to go and hide myself away, hide myself behind all of these little dumb little expressions, you know, that sort of like star thing that people put up. But this is the sort of game that people in the mainstream media go through, and that's, you know, that's what they're essentially like.
He made it extremely clear why he was doing it. But to our bullshit press that does nothing but lie on behalf of power.
Yeah, so much more. Look at me, the little victim here. The press does nothing but lie on power. I'm sure, you know, you could go and look up Al Jazeera right now, and that's, you go get the Qatari spin on the whole thing. Sure, there's a whole bunch of different news media around the world that can go and tell you about that, but no, just because this is the way that the mainstream media goes and frames the issue, oh, that's lying on behalf of power. Anyways, of course, like, nobody's going to go and look at someone who goes and says, oh, I'm going to die for protesting the Israel Hamas war, like, nobody's going to look at that and say, oh, that's somebody on the side of Israel. Of course not. No. People on the side of Israel aren't fanatical in that sort of sense. That's something that's only ever seen on the side of the Hamas people. They go and burn themselves like that. But anyway, she just, once more, this is a sort of person who is driven by those little rage impulses and the dopamine hits that her brain is getting, so that's sort of her thing, apparently.
She waters it down to say Israel-Hamas war. See how they play word games like that?
No, that's not a word game. That's literally what it is. Israel is fighting Hamas. Hamas is fighting Israel. Israel has purposefully evacuated all of the civilians in the area. And, yeah, that's what's going on here. And so, of course, they're going to go and complain about that.
Try to water down and whitewash what his actual intent was by just saying Israel-Hamas war. Who can say?
Yeah, at times it's fine to go and do like a re-recording if you're continually messing up what you're saying instead of going and do all of these weird jump cuts. Like, I know that's being perhaps petty. That's not the point. There's a video here. Israel Hamas war. Who can say both sides? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, both sides. He's just upset about the war.
No. I protesting the Israel-Hamas war. Like, again, who do you think is protesting at the moment? Hamas is losing that war. Like, why wouldn't a person who favors Israel go and protest what is happening? Because Israel is definitively winning that war. It's costing them on the world stage, which is exactly what Hamas wanted, as we've talked about before. That's exactly what they were going for, but yeah. War of two sides.
See, this is a war of two sides. Their dishonesty is grotesque. This isn't a fucking war, and he never said war. This is a genocide on the Palestinian people, which he made very clear.
Hamas wanted war. They attacked Israel. And these sorts of people, of course, have their stupid little TikTok brains addled with a whole bunch of crap about that, where they go and try and convince themselves that reality didn't happen. They want to go and believe in alternative reality propaganda. That is who they are. Yay.
And this is the reason why no one trusts the media, as they fucking shouldn't.
But these people trust the media where they're getting their points from. They go and trust the Hamas press releases that they put out. They go and trust Hamas absolutely to go and give them the correct numbers, despite the fact that Hamas has every reason to go and lie on their behalf.
Free Palestine, and may Aaron Bushnell rest in peace.
Yeah, very screamy sort of video, very much typical of what you're getting on TikTok. TikTokers are trying to go and influence your brain to go and tap into that rage part. Go and be enraged at what I'm telling you. Go and feel my emotions, my rage. It's not a rational argument. That was just an assertion that, because the person is like, Aaron Bushnell died protesting the Israel-Hamas war, and then you're going to go and freak out about that because it doesn't go and say, he's protesting the genocide of the Palestinians. Again, the West does not hold that Israel is genociding the Palestinians. That is a lie. That is a rhetorical piece of propaganda that comes out from Hamas and the regimes that are supporting Hamas. And they're doing that so they can go and, get all of the Middle Eastern powers together and then go and say, we want you guys all now to go and be on our side, to be on the side of Russia, Iran, China. Don't go and move beyond the past. Don't go and move beyond that absolutist past. Don't go and follow all of the good things about the Middle Eastern democracies that have been put in place since the 20th century. No. Go and join with us. Become absolutists. Go and have dictators. Go and have absolute religious leaders. This is what they want. This is what these sorts of people are supporting. In this case, like this little girl, she's the sort of person who has obviously been warped by propaganda. She's not thinking clearly at all. She doesn't... she's in an algorithmic bubble, just like Aaron Bushnell was. She only goes and looks at things that go and support her side. She goes and immerses herself in the propaganda, and she just wants to go and feel rage and anger about that all the time.
So many people on the...
Alright, so here we have another TikToker, and this is apparently a Jewish girl who is going to go and give her perspective on Aaron Bushnell and the Palestine issue. So right off the bat, you know what I'm going to say here, right? Like, she's wearing the little Eeyore hat there, which is a character from the children's series Winnie the Pooh. I watched it a whole bunch growing up, so I know the different characters. So yeah, she's wearing Eeyore on a shirt, but she's going to apparently go and be talking about a serious topic, so automatically, right off the bat, I have to go and just point that out. It's not going to be a particularly substantive critique, so but right off the bat, too, she's obviously very emotional about this. She is in that weeping stage, so this is very much in the sort of... It's not necessarily in the rage sector. We'll see if she goes to the rage sector, but is definitely in the emotional sector, and we'll see what her deal is here.
The internet are unable to understand why Aaron, the man that lit himself on fire, why he would do that. You know, why would you kill yourself in such a gruesome, terrible way? Do you have to ask yourself that question? Are you fucking serious? His life...
Okay, so she is going into the rage territory. Yep.
Last words were free Palestine. This man was an active service member for our fucking military. A white man who knew his privilege.
Yep, so going right into that sort of language as well. So, once more, just go and feel rage and anger. This is also apparently now tapping into guilt, the emotions of guilt at this point. So feel guilty to go and do something. Remember, little Jewish lady here, this is the impulse that put Christianity into existence. This is the impulse that put a religion that has severely persecuted your people throughout history. So if you care about that, and by the way, if it goes and returns this sort of impulse in the West, the Jews will be persecuted again because they do not tolerate dissidents. You're going to go and see this, and you're supporting an absolutist Islamist regime as well, which has also gone and persecuted your people throughout history. But who knows, maybe you're the sort of Jew that just doesn't go and care about what happens to all the other Jews, and in that case, well, I suppose that's your right in America not to care, but I will say that it reflects very poorly on you as a person to go and embrace that sort of idea.
And he knew the effect that if he killed himself, that he would actually get coverage on the news. What's happening? What's happening? And how many more people, this is what I think about every day, how many more people, how many more Americans have to come out in support of a free Palestine? How many more people have to call for a permanent ceasefire?
Hamas, whatever ceasefires have been called, just goes back to going and attacking Israel. They go and... There has already been a ceasefire in the war, and Hamas went and broke it. They went and fired rockets and missiles into Israel. Remember, this is what you're dealing with. You're not dealing with a faction that is any sort of moral ideal. The ideal that you have of Palestine, of Hamas, these aren't things that exist. Hamas is a violent organization that has absolutist tendencies, that is a hyper-ethnocentric, they are hyper-religious, and these two things are combined to go, and they also hate Jews. So you'll notice that there's, like, once more, this is the exact same sort of psychological tendency that led to the Nazi Party in Germany, and even with the Nazis, like, they don't have that same sort of religious fanaticism about it. They have the ethnocentric national fanaticism, but they were only partially successful at tapping into the sort of mythological fanaticism. But Hamas can totally go into that sort of mythological fanaticism because, of course, they have the Islamist mindset. And as far as people coming out and saying go ceasefire, once more, there needs to be a permanent solution. There have been wars and conflicts that have broken out over the past decades that Hamas has been in charge of the Gaza Strip. There has to be another solution, whatever you want that solution to be. Maybe it's deploying peacekeepers from around the Arabic world to go and transition the Gaza Strip into a new sort of government. There can be a whole bunch of different solutions, but for that to happen, Hamas needs to go and be defeated. And the sort of emotionalism, this sort of going into the war and saying, oh, we should go and support Hamas, reminder, they're the enemies of America and the West. They make no bones about that they absolutely hate America and the West, that they go and align with our opponents, whereas Israel is our friend. They go and align with us. This is what we need to go and consider. We should not go and betray our friends. And quite frankly, as a Jewish person, you should also remember that the point of supporting Israel is that we in the Europe and the West are moving on from this period of history where we were absolutists, where we were fanatically going and saying we were better than everyone, where we went and persecuted people, when we went and conquered other people. You are a direct beneficiary of this mindset fading away, and you are advocating for forces that are going to go and bring it back. So, do not advocate for these forces, accept what the Enlightenment has brought, and let's move forwards.
And how many more people have to say that they don't support the existence of Israel for this to end? Like, is...
Alright, so you're really going to go there? Like, say Israel shouldn't exist, that we should go and uproot all the people that are living there? Because remember, by the way, that if you go and... even if you were to go and combine Israel and Palestine together, the Palestinians would still be a minority. I think they'd have like 50%, maybe 40% probably. They still have a higher reproductive rate, though, than the Jews, so I suppose they would probably overwhelm the Jewish population. That, by the way, that's not going to happen. Israel has a developed military, they have nuclear weapons, they have the mindset that they're not going to go and be pushed around. They've defied the entire UN multiple times before. This is not something that is going to go and change. They choose to go and exist. Perhaps you should go and have that sort of mindset as well.
Does it just not matter? Because that's what I think now. But these feelings that I have right now, all of this anger, this sadness it's not even comparable to what the people in Gaza are feeling. And this privilege that I have to be able to sit here and cry to you right now, it can't stop here. It needs to...
Yeah, so... the West has democratized media, which means that we give people a lot of freedom of speech, which means, and because that freedom of speech is now democratized, it means that you can go and post your videos that you want, your little discussion points, your little rant videos on any sort of social media that you want, within, of course, the terms of service. I think you'll find that the people in Gaza do not have that sort of ability. The people in Israel have this sort of ability to go and post videos on social media and tell you what they're seeing. So yeah, again, you're going and advocating for an absolutist system, and then you're like, oh, we should, look at me. This being in a free system somehow makes me privileged. No. Freedom was fought for. Many people in the West died for that freedom. They died to overcome the religious absolutist societies, and they died to overcome the political absolutist societies. Many people had to go and sacrifice much to go and overcome these people got me going on it again. But yeah, we'll go and use the term, sure. I'll use the term for you. Many people had to go and sacrifice much for you to go and be here today and making your little videos saying that you're privileged to be in the system that they went and put in place. And you know what, maybe you are. Maybe you are.
To be used in other ways. And that's what I have to keep telling myself. So maybe it doesn't matter how many more people come out and say that they demand a permanent ceasefire and that they want an end to this illegal occupation. But maybe.
Israel pulled out of Gaza in the 2000s, the early 2000s. They did not want to be an occupying power. The reason that they're currently there is because Hamas initiated an attack. Stop buying into this alternative reality propaganda that says anything else.
Maybe our government just will never do anything.
Alright, yep, so more depression as to what the government is doing. Once more, this is the message here. Don't go and trust your government. Go and trust in these people that are for people who really hate you, who hate your society. And what's more, this little Jewish woman, you're hated by Hamas. They hate you. They hate you utterly. Do not think for a second that you are ever going to be their buddy. No. They don't like you. They've made no bones about that. So, do not go and fall for their propaganda. The sort of Jews that are telling you to go and fall for this propaganda are actually religious cultists. They're basically just the left-wing equivalent of the early Christians. They have the exact same mindset, the exact same sort of treacherous impulses towards other Jews. These are the people who are going and deceiving you if you're listening to that sort of person. All right. Alright, so this is going to be the Army intelligence officer at that Washington protest, the Washington protest that we saw earlier.
Send us to do their bidding. They send us to do the bidding. Do you know who sends us to do the bidding? The legislative branch, the executive branch. They send us to do the bidding.
Yeah, so very much, even in just speaking hypnotic styles of language. And once more, go and hate the U.S. government, go and hate what the government does, go and be in with whatever her little revolutionary shtick is. So I have no idea if this is the sort of person who is a far leftist, or perhaps she's in with the American isolationist crowd. She could really be either. We'll see, perhaps what her rhetoric might show us. By the way, there's going to be 2 videos of her. I'm not sure if I have them in sequence, but yeah, you'll have another video coming up. They'll also be a bit longer.
And make their money, and they kill us. And
yeah, so they're just immediately, boom, the military-industrial complex myth. Oh, all the wars are to go and make money. You know, even when war is not profitable for the vast majority of people, not for society.
they come home and they barely support us with mental health, with a future. They say, oh, you'll get a GI Bill and free college, though. But I want you to remember this day.
Yeah, so veterans issues in the U.S. are something that's been discussed a lot. Some people think they're fine. Other people have their various critiques of them. I'm going to say that she's probably more on the left side, so that's what I would say about her now. But anyways, so the idea, though, that you can go and basically she's trying to tap into the idea that veterans should go and feel unappreciated. They should have a rebellious streak to them. Remember, one of the things the foreign powers were attempting to go and promote is that veterans in the U.S. Should go and rise up and be like, oh, we're not going to go and be deployed everywhere in the world. We're going to go and stay at home, and we're going to go and demand that. We're going to go and abandon the military. This is what the foreign powers wanted to go and put in the minds of people, and so this is what she's being trod out here in her little uniform to go and tell you.
Because I will for the rest of my life. Who showed up for this soldier? Who showed up? You guys did. Because you have a heart.
Yep, so, by the way, this is... What this affirms, of course, is the idea of we're the elite, we're the elitists, we're better than the normal people. We're the people that have a heart, we're all that. Yeah.
Humanity is in your hearts, and humanity will prevail. And I want to make sure that I repeat exactly what he said.
Humanity is not to let Hamas prevail. Hamas, once more, we love death as you love life. That should be very, very clear. That is not a human notion. That is the idealistic fantasy land notion. That is not a human notion. We love death as you love life.
I will no longer be complicit in genocide.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, by the way, that's where the video ends. I did not go and cut her off or anything. That's simply where that part of the video ends. The one that we see later might have more of that little speech where she's repeating his words. But yeah, just goes to show you that various types like her. There's also Colonel Ann Wright, who have been trod out, and they're like, oh, we're totally these military people that go and oppose the war. Well, again, just being in the military doesn't give you any sort of geopolitical credibility. It just means you are the military. Millions of Americans have been in the military. This isn't something that is special. And you can go and say that, oh, we're veterans and all that. But there's a certain value set in the military, which is that you go and support America and you're not a hyper-politicized person. That's the point. You have to be willing to go and be deployed by a Democratic president or a Republican president. That's what you as a person have to be. And these sorts of people, of course, when they try out in their uniforms and go and make all these hyper-politicized points, go and speak at these dissident assemblies, this is fundamentally what they're communicating, that they don't actually care about the point of being in the military. So just please remember that.
And look for Aaron.
Yep, okay, so she's, this is the other video of her that I was talking about. Yep, so this is the intelligence officer, once more, Army intelligence officer.
Military leaders, where are they? Where are his leaders? Where are...
The military, why would they show up for this demonstration? This is a demonstration against the U.S. military. This is not about remembering Aaron Bushnell. This is about going and being hypercritical of the U.S. foreign policy. This is about promoting anti-American propaganda, as we saw that woman earlier promote at this exact same demonstration. So why would the military show up? There's no reason why they would be here.
Are his colleagues, his co-workers, why are they not here to mourn?
Well, if they want to go and mourn him, Aaron Bushnell is going to have a funeral. This isn't his funeral. Aaron Bushnell, as of the time of making this video, which is March 25th, he'll have been buried. And he'll have had a funeral. His parents will have been there. His friends will have been there. Perhaps there will have been some military service people who were there. But the point is, this is not his funeral. This is a demonstration against the U.S. that is simply using Aaron Bushnell and claiming his name.
This soldier, this airman, where are they? You know who is here today? Patriots.
Okay, Aaron Bushnell hated the concept of American patriotism. He said that American patriotism is not different from fascism. That's what he said. Yeah.
True patriots. Yeah. That's who's here today, because probably before this situation.
But you'll notice how few claps that she got for that point. That just goes to show you the sort of people who are in this crowd. She's in the vast majority. The only person that was even really clapping on visibly on camera there was the guy with that little blue occupied shirt right across his belly. So, yep.
I'd imagine that there's some tension between people from the Middle East and the military, because of course they send us to do their bidding. They send us to do the bidding.
Yep. Okay. All right. And so when you're in the Middle East and you're going and supporting these different causes like the freedom of the Kurdish people, is that also the military just doing the bidding of the people watching it? Like, the ridiculousness of this point, let's be real here, is that, yeah, it's a military. A military does what its government asks of it. That's the point of a military. If a military doesn't do that, you're under a military dictatorship. That's the point at which you transition from, oh, the government is in control, to the military is in control, and then the military is just the government. So yeah, of course, the military does what the government asks of it, and you're just reframing that and being like, oh, it does the bidding of the, legislative branch. Who? Okay, yeah, it does the bidding of Congress. Is that something that we're supposed to be surprised at? This is a representative democracy. That's how it's supposed to work.
Do you know who sends us to do the bidding? The legislative branch, the executive branch.
Again, none of this is surprising. This isn't making any sort of point. This is just being insanely rhetorical. My gosh.
They send us to do the bidding and make their money, and they kill us.
They kill us. The American government kills U.S. service people, apparently. Just see what I mean? This woman is relying on you buying into her isolationist bullshit. This is exactly what she wants you to go and think and do. This is what she's exactly like. And she is... So everything that she said here is just propaganda. And remember, I'm not just grabbing random videos here. I mean, a few of them, I suppose you could say, were kind of random with those TikTokers. This woman, what she said here, this was seen several million times on Twitter. This has been posted by multiple different propagandists. So, this one, I believe, was Suleiman Ahmed's. This was from him, this video here. And I think it had, something crazy, 3 million views on it. And she's not making any sort of actual point. It's insane that what people do when they allow their minds to go and be warped in this manner.
And they come home and they barely support us with mental health, with a future. They say, oh, you'll get a GI Bill and free college, though. But I want you to...
Oh, this is the part that we've already gone over.
Remember this day, because I will for the rest of my life. Who showed up for this soldier? Who showed up? You guys did, because you have a heart. Humanity is in your hearts, and humanity will prevail. And I want to make sure that I repeat.
So for humanity to prevail, it won't be by following the road of these absolutist dictatorships. It's going to be by going and rejecting the past of absolutism, and eventually we're going to go and start shifting around society to go and rid ourselves, believe, of the rather bad oligarchic elements that are still even in democracy, even in democratic societies. So once those two things happen, that's when you're going to start to see humanity really flourish. And to see regimes like Hamas fall, that is one step towards that future happening. And that's one thing that you should want.
Exactly what he said. I will no longer be complicit in genocide. Free Palestine. Ceasefire now.
I still think those Jewish kids there are like, I can't believe they're making me do this, so I just want to go and I just want to go and study the Torah. Oh, why are you making me do this, Grandpa? Oh, yeah. So, also just a good example of, like, you know, people trying out their kids. Hopefully that those kids eventually get support from the Jewish community, go and move out of these, the grasp of these sort of religious wackos that they're currently associated with. Yep, so people applaud the end there. Of course, you'll notice they didn't applaud whenever she was talking about patriotism, but yep, they'll go and applaud her for, you know, talking about why you should be, I should go and be a seditionist and how you go and view the American government. Yep. So just an interesting little video to go and showcase here, and just, this is a little propaganda one they threw in just for a little treat. Here we have Haas and Jackson Hinkle, and they're riding on a Russian tank. Yep. So this is what being a sponsored propagandist looks like. You got to go and ride around on Russian vehicles. I think this might have even been in the occupied parts of Ukraine, so yep. Yep, and they're pretending that, oh, we're so cool for doing this. It's basically like, this is the national Bolshevist version of Jane Fonda. You remember Jane Fonda would go into North Vietnam and take all those propaganda photos with the Viet Cong and sitting on top of artillery and looking all pretty, oh, look at me, look at me. Yep, so this is the retarded national Bolshevist version of it. I didn't really use that, the entire term of that word. Like, what else do you want me to describe people who go and think that combining ultra-nationalism and communism should be, like, use the variation of the Nazi flag with the hammer and sickle? Like, what else do you want me to go and describe these morons as? Ugh. Haas doesn't even believe in freaking genetics. Like, he went for that one wacko Soviet guy, and then he's like, oh, we should go and believe in this guy over believing that genetics is an actual thing. Just that level of insanity. Alrighty. And here's a good video about a figure who you're going to have felt her influence even if you don't know who she is. Or, sorry, they, them is. This is just one of these sorts of people who wants to go throughout the they, them term. This is Judith Butler. She is one of the major people who is behind the gender movement. So the idea that there is this multitude of different genders and all of these gender pronouns. She is one of the major architects of that movement. And it turns out that she is a major supporter of Hamas, has been a major supporter of Hamas for decades. There's a video going around of her from the 2000s where she's talking about, this is why you should go and support why Palestine, why the cause of Gaza is crucial to progressivism around the world. Remember. So, she supports absolutist people. And by the way, I'm not going to go and let her define reality for us, so I'm going to go and refer to her as what she is, which is a biological woman. So you take that, Judith. And this is just the sort of narcissism on display. And by the way, for those who are like, why is he doing that to people with pronouns? It's not because I'm particularly obsessed with this whole pronoun issue. It's because I don't like it when people go and say, I'm the one who should go and define reality according to my idealistic notion. And this whole idea of a gender spectrum is just that. So instead of, just saying that, oh, men and women can have different personality traits, and some of which have been historically regarded as masculine, some of which have historically been regarded as feminine. Well, you can do that without going and having all this gender notions. This gender stuff just goes and takes what is a was the fact that people have different individuality, like they have different individual preferences, and then it goes and says, oh, we're going to go and regard masculinity and femininity as this just massive spectrum, and then we're going to go and intentionally go and create all these little subgroups on it, because the point of the subgroup in this case with these sorts of people is that they want you to go and have an alternative to society, to the country, to go and be obsessed about. And that's exactly what we see with these sorts of people who are obsessed with the various gender spectrum, how they go and identify themselves as that extremely strongly. What's an artificial category instead of going and identifying with the actual real category. So, you can be a patriotic gay American. I accept that there is a biological component to some people which will incline them to go and be sexually attracted to men or women. Judith here is a lesbian, so that's fine. She can go and be that way. But I am going to go and critique Judith for using they, them pronouns, especially when, again, Judith, that's a woman's name, so you've chosen to go and even maintain that. And so, yep, we're not going to go and let you define reality for us and shift it around. But yeah, let's see what Judith Butler has to go and say. And this, by the way, is in Judith's role as a part of the Jewish Advocates for Peace. So this is one of the left-wing Jewish organizations that are apparently advocating for an end to Israel and that sort of thing.
Different views about Hamas as a political party. We can have different...
No, Hamas is one exact thing. Hamas is a political absolutist regime that has hyper-religious preferences, has Islamist tendencies. This is what Hamas is. You cannot go and change that and say, oh, there are these different viewpoints, we shall go and have different viewpoints about Hamas. No. This is fundamentally what they are, and you have previously stated that you're going to go and make the issue of Gaza critical to the progressive cause. So I'm going to hold that. I'm going to hold you responsible for the sort of governments that result from that, which is an absolutist dictatorship that does not hold itself up for elections. It just goes and rules, and does so by violent military force with a police state. This is what Hamas is, and they want everyone to go and be ideological fanatics while they're doing it. This is not good. Incidentally, if they had their way, people like you would not exist. They kill gay people in Palestine. So, especially someone like you, they have absolute contempt for. Muslims have contempt for the various doctrines that you've taught over the years about gender. They think that this is a joke, a very foolish idea. This is fundamentally how they are going to view someone like you, but you're still apparently going to go and stick up for them.
Views about armed resistance.
Hamas went and massacred over 1,000 Israeli civilians. This is not about armed resistance. This is about a terrorist action from a group that flaunts... Well, they've basically gone and dehumanized the Israelis to the point where, oh, we can go and do whatever we want to them. So, there's, by the way, a very specific word in Judaism and Jewish culture for how they consider people like this, Jews like this, which basically amounts to people who are separated from the nation. And this is what I've heard a lot of people consider Judith Butler as, but perhaps we're going to go and see further why. Reminder, I have not watched any of these videos. I went and found them, and then I went and recorded them without going and watching them. So you're getting my live reaction, my live take to each of these.
But I think it is more honest and historically correct to say that the uprising of October 7th was an act of armed resistance.
Yep, so not a terrorist act. No. It's an act of armed resistance. So I'm going to go and justify the massacre of Israeli civilians. I'm going to sit here in my place of privilege, where I am a privileged professor who has gone and hyper-influenced people around the world. I've created, well, let's be real. This person has gone and created a shit show where we have people in the Western world that are now unnecessarily divided amongst themselves over like all of these weird gender issues. So it wasn't enough to just go and say, oh, we are going to go and not go and persecute people for having tendencies like homosexual tendencies. That was something that people generally agreed with the exception of very specific religious people, many of the hyper Islamic people amongst them, by the way. But no, apparently we now need to have everything be also divisive. And you're seeing exactly the sort of mindset, the exact sort of person who goes and contributes to that. This is what I want to tell you about Judith Butler and her ilk. And I bet if you go and I'm going to go and look at and do this at some point, I'm going to go and see who are the other people who went and started up gender theory. What have they gone and said about things like Hamas? What have they gone and said about this conflict? If I find that they're going and promoting anti-Western stuff, I am going to go and tell you about that. I'm going to go and make a very specific point about this. Because if that's true, then it's going to go and show you that what the effect was that they had on Western society was intended to be fundamentally divisive, to go and create a subgroup that would be that would see itself as persecuted and then would be open to going with these sorts of far left ideas. So remember, redefinitions here. Terrorist attack, a genocidal attack, is now being reframed as armed resistance. And this is a Jewish woman, I remind you again, who is going and defending the massacre, the intentional genocidal massacre of other Jews.
It is not a terrorist attack, and it's not an anti-Semitic attack.
Do you see how absurd these people are? This is alternative reality. Yes, it was. It was a anti-Semitic attack. It was a terrorist attack. It was a genocidal attack that was intended to go and kill Jews. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that someone could go and claim these positions. If it was not a genocidal attack, Hamas would only have targeted soldiers and police. They would not have gone after the civilian population, which they did. They massacred civilians intentionally. See, that is the difference between conducting just a military conflict and a genocide. A genocide, you intentionally target civilians over who and what they are. In military conflict, you go and target the enemy soldiers with the intention of going and changing their government in the modern times. And that is what Israel is currently doing when it's attacking Hamas. It's intending to go and destroy Hamas as an organization, and then so we can go and get something different in for the Palestinian people.
It was an attack against Israelis, and, I did not like that attack. I have gone public with this. I have gotten in trouble for saying it was, for me, anguishing.
But you're still going to go and redefine the terminology. You see what I mean, though? Yes, so you can say that, but you've now suddenly gone and excused it. So it's like, well, which way do you want to be? Like, what you just said before this entirely excused it. You are well aware that if you go and redefine people like colonizers and then say you're doing armed resistance against colonizers, you're well aware that in the circles that you've run with, that means that an attack is justified. And now you're just saying, oh, I didn't like it. Let's see if there's a qualification here.
It was anguishing. It was terrible. However.
Yep, qualification. However, remember, what we do with political qualifications is that you could go and say, the stuff that's before it, well, that's the stuff that's just going and trying to cover your butt for what you're about to say. What are you about to say, Judith?
I would be very foolish if I then decided that the only violence in the scene was the violence done to Israeli people. The violence done to Palestinians has been happening for decades.
Yep, so this is... Yeah, that's basically excusing it. And let's be real, it's like, yes, Hamas did this, but, you know what, we're going to say that, there's been stuff that's happening over decades. Yes, yeah. And, yep, we're going to then go and use that as the excuse.
This was an uprising.
Yeah, so, again, language. Remember, we're dealing with the left here, the far left. This is the sort of language that they're using to go and justify things. So, if you're saying, these people have been persecuted for a long time, that is going to go and justify it. Remember, you look at, for example, what the left would look at and say, the John Brown Revolution, right? The John Brown Revolt. They'd say, that is entirely justified, right? They'd say that because blacks were enslaved, ergo, it doesn't matter that you go and kill some people if the idea is that you go and free them, right? So, and then politically speaking, it's like you go to, all these various other revolutions. So you have like the French Revolution, right? Peasantry are persecuted, ergo rise up. You have the Communist Revolution. Once more, they might not agree with all the different points made in these different revolutions, but the idea is that the general idea is there that if you're persecuted, then rising up and killing your persecutors is justified. And the important point is that defining that persecutor and the victim, and then the person who is victimizing. So those are the very key points about who is going to be justified as a target in a revolution. So here, by going and making all of these clarifications, Judith Butler is once more saying that the Israelis are the victimizers and then the Palestinians are going to be the victims. All right, let's continue.
That comes out, it comes from a state of subjugation.
Yep. Once more, subjugation, invoking terms of slavery, being subjugated to a foreign people. This is going to be very much what goes and justifies it. This is a justification.
And against a violent state apparatus.
Yep, so the government of Israel is now a violent state apparatus. What's more, apparently not the same sort of criticism for Hamas. Remember, Hamas, you can have whatever ideas that you want about them. No, but no. Israel is going to be a violent state apparatus. Yep, that's all we're going to define Israel as.
Okay, let us be clear. Now, you can be for or against armed resistance, you can be for or against Hamas, but...
Our resistance. For or against our resistance. Yep. So you clearly see which side she's chose to, and everything that she's saying is, yes, I don't support massacres of Israeli civilians, but let me tell you why it's justified. Let me tell you why that whole attack on October 7th was technically justified. Yes, I'm not going to be for the deaths of Israeli civilians. Of course, I'm a professor. I'm a respected person, but let me tell you why they're actually justified. Let me tell you why they go and comport to every single piece of left-wing justification that you've ever heard for a revolution.
Let us at least call it armed resistance, and then we can have a debate about whether we think it's right or whether they...
Remember, resistance. These people like the term resistance. They call themselves the resistance. Resistance, just to name yourself the resistance, is to become the good guy.
They did the right thing, whether a different strategy.
Yep. And applause, yep.
But the problem is, if you call it armed resistance, you are immediately thought to be in favor of armed resistance and in favor of that armed resistance and that tactic. It's like...
Well, again, you spent the, last 2 minutes justifying it? And I don't know, Judith. It just sounds like you're couching your terminology here. I mean, you're playing a lot of mental word games, which I know, given your primary contribution to civilization, that's sort of what you do. But yeah, I don't know, Judith.
Well, actually, maybe not that tactic, and we can.
Okay, but that was the tactic that happened. Like, you can't have this whole idealistic notion of, well, yes, I'm sure if Hamas walked over to the Israeli border and just started offering soldiers chocolates and bunny rabbits, yes, I'm sure that would be a very different message, a different tactic, and one that would be much more lovely, but that's not what happened. Hamas attacked Israel, they killed civilians, they took a lot of hostages. This is what they did. You know exactly what they did that for. They were trying to get away from any sort of reprisal. They were trying to use the tactic that they've used in the past, which is, we have a bunch of Jews in our captivity. You can't go and do anything to us. You can't go and retaliate against us. And then Israel went and decided to go and retaliate against them. That is what has happened.
Discuss armed resistance. You know, it is an open debate.
All right, so that was that video. So the key takeaway, you're looking at a extensive propaganda. I know, by the way, that wasn't specifically about Aaron Bushnell, but I think it's a good representative of the mindset of the sort of person who ultimately led up to Aaron Bushnell and his actions, and how people are viewing him on the media. So just a very, very interesting way of looking at things. You're seeing all this mental gymnastics, this reframing of language that's happening all throughout that, right? The entire point is, don't go and focus on what actually happened. Go and focus on this idealistic notion that we're going to go and linguistically redefine. We're going to go and try to linguistically confuse you. Remember, this is what she is fundamentally about. This is her shtick. This is what she's done throughout her years of influence. And now she's going and using that to go and say, we're not for like the nasty stuff that they did, but we're going to go and still justify it. We're still going to give you every single left-wing justification. We're going to throw out the terms subjugation. We're going to throw out colonize. We're going to go and throw out, oppressive state for Israel. We're going to go and describe them in all these different terms. Of course, that's going to lean sympathies towards Hamas. And of course, that's going to go and excuse their actions. There's nothing else that it could do. That is the point of this mental gymnastics. But she's trying to go and use those mental gymnastics to still appear like she's a respectable person in society. A reminder, this is someone who, even like just the center left and the left in general, not even the far left, this is someone who has been very critical to forming their opinions in recent years on a lot of this gender-related stuff. So this is someone who very much is trying to go and be considered as a respectable person, meanwhile having all this these very bad tendencies to go and declare, let me go and justify evil for you by going and doing a few linguistic tricks. Alright, I'm going to go and leave off this video there. We're going to go and come back and do some more videos later on. But yeah, this has been Qatarian Lightning, signing out. Alright, well, hello and welcome. This is Qatarian Lightning, and we're back with more videos about Aaron Bushnell. So, as I reiterated the first video, this is me going in blind to each of these videos, so I'm going to give you my first impressions on each of them. I'll tell you a little bit about the context of the video as we begin each one, but I have not seen any of them, so I've just gone record and gathered them. Alright, let's begin.
Morning, everyone.
Alright, so this is Lucas Gage. If you didn't know, he is a far-right influencer. You can find him on Twitter and Rumble and Gab, I believe. So he actually got banned from Twitter for a number of months for making hate speech comments. So Just kind of shows you what sort of guy he is. He, of course, really hates Israel. He dislikes the Jews. And he's been on a pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine binge throughout this whole conflict. He's also the sort of person that goes and promotes Russia and is very anti-Western in all of his opinions. So very much one of these whole propagandists and with that whole American isolationist propagandist crowd. So that's what you can go and regard him as. And this is going to be his video where he goes and talks about Aaron Bushnell.
In this video, I want to address what happened in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., because I really didn't pay attention to it the other day. Many people were sending me pictures of a person who lit himself on fire, and I couldn't identify the uniform, so I didn't know if it was actually someone from the U.S. military doing it or some person who just put on hunting gear and just protested what was going on in Gaza. I didn't know. So I kind of brushed it aside, to be honest with you. And frankly, I've been so busy with other things, I didn't give the attention that this deserved. But this morning, and I mean early morning because I was up doing stuff, my friend Maram called me all the way from Moscow.
All right, sorry for that brief interruption, everyone. Let's continue. Yeah, his friend from Moscow. Oh, boy.
He said, Lucas, did you watch the video? I said, actually, no, I didn't watch the video. I have all these people sending me a picture of this man who lit himself on fire. Is this legit? Is this actually someone who's a guest? This person was in the U.S. Air Force. I said, wow, he really, okay. She's like, watch the video. In fact, she goes, watch the video while you're on the phone with me. I said, all right, I'll watch the video. And I did. 3 minutes long or so, and I pressed play, and I sat there and watched it while she listened. And basically, this man says, what I'm about to do is an extreme form of protest. Now, we've seen this before when it comes to monks in the East who light themselves on fire to protest war in those regions. And so this American airman decides to do the same thing. He says, I'm going to engage in an extreme form of protest. And what's about to happen to me, he says, is nothing compared to what's happening to those people in Gaza. And this is what our leaders have made normal. And by leaders, he means traitors and scum, because that's what these people are.
Yep, so right there. Again, very much intending to go and promote anti-government sort of propaganda. That's exactly what this guy is doing. Yeah, and that just was describing, the whole Aaron Bushnell situation, but we'll continue.
And so he puts the camera down, as you all saw, and he lights himself on fire after dousing himself with gasoline. And the people who saw that in person didn't know what to do. One guy pulled out his gun, another person said, get the fire extinguisher, put him out. But the most shocking part is that while he was on fire, you would think he would just run around screaming, ah! No. He maintained the message, free Palestine, while he's on fire, free Palestine, free Palestine. And then eventually he couldn't do it anymore and he collapsed. Very clear why he did it. But the reaction to this is almost as shocking as what happened to him.
And there are people who are trying to go and push Aaron Bushnell like it was the next great thing. It didn't take. It's like what ended up happening was that there was initial spike of traffic and search results for Aaron Bushnell, and then just boom, right down. And then people are like, I don't actually think that people are wrong, but they're like, honestly, if he done like a TikTok thing and throw out there and the God dance to go viral or something, you probably would have had more of a lasting impact. Because the other thing is you could go and show that, right? One of the things is that with all the social media being how it is nowadays, it's just a lot of the times you can't go and show stuff like this. So because of that, it has a rather limited traction. I wouldn't be surprised too if there's sort of like a attempt to go and down, push down videos to even talk about Aaron Bushnell, the algorithm. I wouldn't be surprised if that's sort of a key point that's also going on. But again, just not exactly a whole popular topic. So, yeah.
As expected, and to no surprise to me, Jewish supremacists and Zionists mocked him.
Yeah. All right. So already going on with the Jewish supremacist angle. Yep. Yep.
Saying, oh, all the Hamas supporters should try this out.
I mean, it would solve a few things badly. But anyways, to be honest though, being serious though, like a lot of the people who support Hamas in the West, they're just brainwashed kids that are doing it because they're told it's the good, just thing to do, and they've been brainwashed with this whole dumb idealistic notion that, oh, you should always be on the side of the oppressed people and all that sort of thing, and we should all your highest calling is to go and act on the side of the oppressed people, even if it's for a group that hates you and it's against your own interests. And then we're also talking about the Hamas isn't even an oppressed group, right? They're actually the oppressors in the Gaza Strip, but yeah, people don't care though apparently, and it's really, really hard to go and get actual discussion points around this thing because there's just so much propaganda that's pushing the other way, and it's getting botted up, and just people think that it's the actual legitimate thing that people are believing. It's what people are getting promoted to. It's just a whole mess, and there's only you're talking about so basically you're talking about two ways that two different blocks of countries approach how they're talking about stuff. And so the one group is we'll just let the mainstream media that's roughly affiliated with us sometimes go and deal with it. And then that's a very sometimes, by the way, because again, mainstream media has been very, very hit and miss on this entire conflict. But then the other group's we're just going to go and bot everything through. We're going to go and say, don't trust the mainstream media, go and trust us. And we're going to go and use all of your social media channels to go and do this. And like I said, this guy he's connected, he has contacts in Moscow apparently.
Others saying, well, he's a Hamas supporter, mass rape supporter, so on and so forth. One person, Laura Loomer, fuck him. He's mentally ill. Fuck him.
Yep. By the way, Laura Loomer is one of those people who I think she's Jewish, and so it's she has this thing where she's apparently hyper pro-Russia, but then also hyper pro-Israel. It's one of those people who just has that whole, discordant philosophy, and it's just absolutely useless as far as actually trying to get anything good done. But yeah, just one of those people, though, who's managed to get herself into the American conservative circle and the isolationist circle in particular. Isolationist, apparently, except for Israel, which is... Yep, a whole another matter.
Fuck him, huh? He didn't do that for Hamas.
Yes, he did. You cannot go and separate Hamas from this conflict. If you go and put in place a ceasefire now, and you go and say, Israel can't go and prosecute the war, well then what's going to happen is that Hamas remains in power. And effectively, it doesn't matter what you claim that you've done something for, what ideal is apparently behind your action. We're talking about the practical results, and the practical result is going to be the Hamas remains in power.
And they all know he didn't do it for Hamas.
Once more, you can't separate Hamas from this issue here. And remember, Aaron's the sort of guy who doesn't want Israel to exist at all. He said that Palestinians should have all of Israel. He indicated that when we went through that one post, and then he was talking about talking about the slogan from the river to the sea, and how Jews would be in a free Palestine, which means obviously that he's embracing the entire region belongs to the Palestinians thing. Yeah.
That man took his life to send a message to the world.
Yeah, and again, martyrdom complex. The idealistic, ascetic hero who goes and removes himself from the world and is lauded as a hero by all these people who ultimately hate life. That's what you're dealing with here.
On behalf of the men, women, and children who are being mass murdered by the Israeli offensive force.
The Israelis are responding to an attack by Hamas. They've had to put up with various attacks for over 20 years, right? So, yeah, this is just alternative reality reframing of it. Hamas was the one who initiated the attack on October 7th. It wasn't Israel that attacked on October 7th. But of course, for these sorts of guys, it doesn't matter because they just hate Israel and they just want to go and, be all shouty and emotional and have all those little rage chemicals flowing in their brains that are giving them, little chemical rewards for being agitated all the time.
Because Israel's not defending itself.
Yes, it was. It was. Hamas attacked Israel. Israel went and eliminated the Hamas forces, then invaded, and then Israel went into Gaza with the intention to go and overthrow the regime. This is what countries do, especially when you're a country that's more powerful. The smaller they were, it's like Israel's more powerful than the Gaza Strip, right? And more powerful than Hamas, and Hamas decides to go and attack them. And Israel, of course, is going to go in there and, it's enough is enough. We're not going to, have all this whole little song and dance where, we have people that are kidnapped or we have them just randomly firing off rockets. We're just going to go in there and we're going to go and regime change the place. And that is the intention now. But, of course, because Hamas works for the people who these propagandists also work for,
Israel's been on the offense for 75 years.
Yeah, so complete... and that's a complete reframing of the issue as well, because, once more, as has been covered before, Israel has been the one who has been attacked numerous times. There have been a few times that Israel has been the initiator, like with the Suez Canal crisis, this sort of thing. So there have been times where Israel has been the one that's gone and engaged, but generally speaking, no, Israel has been the one who has been attacked most of the time. Not that that matters, of course, to someone who is obsessed with alternative reality. And by the way, you'll notice that he's just getting shouty because, once more, he's trying to go and penetrate your emotions. Trying to be like, oh, I want to have this effect upon you and all that. Alright, I doubt that he's going to get better throughout this video, but we'll see.
And he doesn't want our tax dollars going to this offensive.
Again, Aaron Bushnell hated the U.S. He's not about your little stupid isolationist tax dance. No.
That kills tens of thousands of men, women, and children.
Again, the whole Hamas numbers that you're throwing out there never goes and, of course, breaks down the whole civilian to military ratio of casualties, never goes and talks about the efforts that Israel has made to go and, minimize casualties. And being a soldier, of course, he never mentions the difficulties in any sort of urban warfare campaign, which I'm sure he's at least vaguely familiar with. Ex-soldier, by the way, for the record. You can see his little uniform up there. Specialist, I believe that's what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that the death toll of children alone is over 13,000.
No, absolutely not. This is the propaganda number that they're throwing around. You're having to go and take Hamas's word for it, and Hamas has every single incentive in the world to go and exaggerate their casualties. Remember, the entire point of what Hamas is trying to do here is that they're trying to go and start a broader war against Israel. They knew that they would not be able to win that initial invasion. What they were trying to do is go and draw in Israeli troops and then go and put forth all of this whole propaganda dance, and then they'll just go and toss out whatever numbers that they want. Because it's an urban warfare campaign, you are, once more, and not the entire civilian population has chosen to go and evacuate. So you're going to get civilian casualties, and then what Hamas is going to do is they're going to go and show you those sorts of civilian casualties that occur, and then they're going to go and say, oh, this is just one of 13,000 kids that's been killed. This is essentially what's going to go and happen here. So just keep in mind, they're not going to actually be able, like, there's no way they can possibly go and quantify those sort of numbers. It's just ridiculous. Because remember, for starters, this would imply that they have access to, for example, all the territory that Israel is currently, occupying in Gaza, when the reality is that Hamas very quickly loses territory. It has to go and retreat underneath the tunnels. And so then you're like, okay, so, it's not like they're going to be able to quantify those sorts of numbers there. But anyways, this is the propaganda numbers that they're repeating, and people just go and believe them because they hate Israel.
That's equivalent to 4 9/11s of children.
Yep, see what he's trying to do here? Just propaganda lines.
Paid by your tax dollars.
Yeah, once more. Oh, you're part of this whole genocidal campaign against, people of Gaza. Oh, you're bombing kids. You're killing kids. Look at what you're doing, you evil person in the West, you evil Israeli. Never mind the fact that, again, it's Hamas the one who committed the massacres. Hamas did massacre children as well. But, of course, that doesn't matter for these sorts of people.
That's why this man did it. And combined, the death toll is 30,000 plus, which is equivalent to 10 9/11s.
Again, and once more, Noah just throws out the numbers that Hamas says, and then never goes and gives the disparity between what's the military casualties, where the civilian casualties, because at the moment nobody knows those numbers. It's just a fact.
That's why this man did it.
And also note that he has absolutely no care for the various civilians that die under Assad or the other regimes that he goes and directly supports. So, reminder, this is going to be a man who is extremely hypocritical. He's trying to go and pierce you with emotive arguments. He's getting very shouty here, so he's a very shouty person, apparently. Unsurprising, and this is exactly the sort of person that you'd expect to go get banned from social media, the whole hate speech tirade.
He did it for the people of Gaza, not Hamas. He didn't do it for the people who flew over the wall. He did it for the people who are being crushed under the rubble.
Once more, cannot separate these two groups. And he's also, of course, just going and making all the assertions here. Remember, Aaron rejected calling Hamas a terrorist group. He said that was the racist liberal framing of the situation. So, once more, it's all correct.
That's why he did it. And these American Jewish Zionists and traitors are mad.
Again, you're the guy who has the contacts in Russia, which is a country that is intentionally trying to go and break down the U.S., to go and break down the West, to go and turn allies against one another. You, Lucas Gage, are the traitor. And you are a foreign agent. You, in a rightful world, would be treated this way, but here you are on American-funded social media and American-controlled social media, and you're going and making your points. So we're doing what we can to counter you at the moment. Which, by the way, if this man was doing the opposite argument, and he was in any of the countries that he promotes, like in Russia or China or Iran, he would have been arrested. So remember that. So if he was supporting Israel in any of those countries, he would have been arrested.
Because he didn't die for Israel. If Aaron Bushnell lit himself on fire and said, "Free the hostages! Free the hostages! Free the hostages!" they would build a shrine to him in the middle of Tel Aviv.
No. These Jews aren't that way. They're not suicidal. They don't have that sort of martyr complex. Once more. The martyrdom complex came out of Christianity and was adopted into Islam. These are the people who have this obsession with martyrs, people who sacrifice themselves for self-sacrifice. The Jews have an obsession with living. This is going to be the psychological distinction between the two. Not that these sorts of people would understand that. There was, in the era that Christianity came out of, there was this part of Judaism, you would see it in movements like the Zealots, that did have a sort of martyrdom, self-sacrificial component to them. But this is not the component that has gone and predominated inside of the Jewish population as a whole. This is what the Christians and the Muslims have gone and focused on and emphasized.
Hollywood already would be working on a script for a new movie to honor him. But because...
No.
He died for the people of Gaza. They hate him for it. Because we Americans, we're supposed to die for Israel, no other country.
Yeah, so there you see a Zionist-occupied government and all these sorts of conspiracy theories that he's throwing out. Boy, it looks like he's really got himself worked up. I think that's a little vein popping out of his head there. All right. Once more, by the way, if you get continuously frustrated like this, you're just going to go, and it might be entirely that he's doing it for theatrics, so it wouldn't surprise me. But then again, this also seems like the sort of guy that's probably unhinged, has a few screws loose and all that. But yeah, if you go and get yourself continuously frustrated like this, you're going to go and have a whole lot of things. It looks like he's balding, for example, so that's what stress can go and do to you. Generally better not to go and get yourself massively up in a tizzy like this, especially over things that ultimately, let's be realistic, you and I can't control what happens in geopolitics. We can maybe have a little bit of influence on what happens in geopolitics, but it's like, unless we're inside of the governments themselves, our influence is pretty limited. And even considering, if you have 100,000 people that watch you, let's say on YouTube, well, here's the thing, those are 100,000 people that are spread out over the world, right? And so it's like the ability of that to go and influence your local politics, well, maybe it exists, but let's be realistic, we can only do so much here, right, online as influencers. If that's what we're even calling ourselves, right? Because that's a bit of a... it's obviously really the corporate word for this. I mean, really more what we're doing here is having a... we're trying to go and rationally sort out through things rather than going and saying, believe this or that. More having a rational argument about how we're thinking through things.
So they have to mock him, just like they mock dead children. There's a Telegram channel with over 126,000 Israelis and Jewish supremacists that mock dead people all day.
And this is Telegram. I mean, it's like, for starters, they're not going to be mocking dead children on that thing. I, by the way, also have one that I occasionally look at on Telegram, which is about war casualties in the Ukraine-Russia war. I kind of like to see some of that. It just goes and reaffirms, when I'm looking at those wars, just gives me a bit of a flash of reality as to what is actually happening there. And these are things that are, of course, very suppressed on the mainstream, and stuff that you can't go and show on the mainstream media. Even on Twitter, it's a bit iffy whether you can show a lot of these things. It's like, sometimes it gets through, sometimes it doesn't. On YouTube, obviously, it's a no-go, so...
Babies, even!
Again, dude, yeah, this is propaganda. Nobody's going to be celebrating, this is what a dead baby looks like. What they... what I have seen is that some people on, Jewish channels have talked about this whole idea of Pallywood is what they call it, which is where, Palestinians potentially are faking some of the stuff, faking dead children and that sort of thing. There's been some dispute over the validity of that concept. Again, it's it wouldn't surprise me if Hamas does that sometimes. Other times, basically whenever they get an actual dead child, they're basically always going to go and parade that out on social media. So if you want to see the actual casualty numbers of kids killed in the Gaza war, I would suggest that you could probably find most of them being presented on social media. So that should just give you a rough estimate. Again, not entirely true, but I would say that that's more likely what you're looking at. And be very careful that they're actual little Palestinians, because remember, these sorts of people love to go and insert dead Free Syrian forces, dead Free Syrian kids, all this sort of thing, and they love to go and use them as propaganda, which is, again, despicable given that they're the people who went and caused those casualties in the first place.
I saw one that said when the little girl was dead, one less settler, one less terrorist. And that's what they're doing with him. Why is our greatest ally mocking this person, right? Our greatest ally, Israel.
Because he hated Israel. And just because you live in a place doesn't mean that you're the ally of another place. Like, that should be obvious. And just look at World War II, right? There were fascist sympathizers in most of the Western countries. I mean, they're not people who you would consider to be allies.
What do we even get supporting Israel? Can you name one thing that we as Americans get for supporting Israel?
Yeah, okay. So basically, here's what you get. You get a friend in the Middle East who goes and supports your interests. You go and set up a good precedent for Middle Eastern democracies, whether they wish to follow that or not. And you also have, in America, a lot of Jews that have a very, it's a fairly influential group in the U.S. Again, I'm not going with the whole Zionist-occupied government thing, but, the Jews do have a good lobby in the U.S., so it keeps, basically it keeps peace there. But you could say that about almost anywhere in the world. It's like, well, why did the Soviet Union go and obsessively promote Cuba? Like, just why? Well, because it was a country that represented their interests in the Caribbean. It's not because the Soviet Union, Cuba had anything to gain from relationships with the Soviet Union. It's just like, well, it's not like the Soviet Union needed Cuba for anything economically. It's just it went in to promote their political interests. And then the general idea, though, is that all around the world, you have this concept where the U.S. and the West goes and makes friends, and then friends stick by one another. And so that's why we're sticking by Israel, or people should really be sticking by Israel, but unfortunately, of course, we have all these people who are obsessive idealists in the West, and they want us to go and align ourselves with enemy factions, and they want us to go and betray our friends, all for the sake of their ideals.
Nothing. Just empty platitudes.
Exactly what someone who hates Israel would say. It's like, oh, what do we get for being allied with Finland? What did we get for being allied with Japan? All these sorts of things, right? So it's like, all right. And what's more, he wants the U.S. to go and turn on its allies. He wants no support for Ukraine. He wants us to go and, the U.S. to go into line with Russia. This is what he ultimately wants.
He died to send a message to the world that what's happening in Gaza is unacceptable. It is a genocide.
Yeah, once more, using this sort of language. No, it is not a genocide. Genocide has a very specific definition, which involves mass killings of different ethnic groups, mass expulsions of ethnic groups from their lands. This is a military conflict. You have seen Palestinians evacuated from Rafah, these sorts of places, into their southern settlements. Okay, this is what's happening. You could go and talk about how much you hate this, how much this is happening, and Hamas holds the blame here. They're the ones that initiated the attack. Without Hamas, this attack doesn't happen. This war doesn't happen. And just, it's more ridiculous stuff. Ridiculous stuff. But these sorts of people, once more, alternative reality, that's what they care about.
And all these American Jewish Zionists and Zionists around the world are mad for taking his life for those people.
No, people just think that Aaron's stupid for doing this because he's going and supporting literal absolutist countries while also going and claiming to be an anarchist. And of course, just goes into the whole stupidity of this whole thing. And you just see what's happening here, right? Guys like Lucas Gage then come along and try and go and use Aaron for their very specific political messaging, their propaganda messaging, and ultimately this is what Aaron ended up dying for, so that these guys could go and use him as a propaganda talking point. That is all, okay? That is all.
That's why they're mad. And they mock him.
By the way, I should mention, this video by Lucas Gage, it was getting mass shared by larger accounts like Simon Ahmed and a number of other people. Dr. Anastasia Maria Lupus, I believe, also went and posted his video, Censored Men. So these are the sorts of people that are going and promoting Lucas Gage. Okay? So, propagandists.
Like every other victim that the Israelis have murdered in that genocide.
Yep. Again, this sort of language, we're going and flipping around what actually happened, the reality, and we're going and making it about this fantasy war, this mythologized war that we've dreamed up in our heads, and this becomes what is more important than reality. Okay? This war has a real component to it. There's a reality to what happened. It is not your idealistic mythology. It is not your fantasy.
Going on. Sponsored by our tax dollars. Promoted by our leaders. All of whom are traitors.
Again, he wants you to go and be upset. Remember, what Aaron did for the people of the West is that he issued a call to violence. And this is Lucas Gage once more repeating this whole call to violence in his own way. Aaron Bushnell, his challenge, we're all showing what we have done in all these other situations. If our country was committing a genocide and that, once more, call to violence. Lucas Gage is just repeating that call to violence.
Ladies and gentlemen, every day, 22 veterans take their lives. I don't know if Aaron intended to kill himself or not.
By the way, remember, this is the talking point of Anne Wright. That is the talking point that she put out there. So, of course, this is Lucas Gage. He's putting out the same talking point. These sorts of people, they go and flock together. This is what you have to understand about them. It's all one big propaganda network. It has different ideas. So, for example, Lucas Gage here, he's on the far-right American isolationist part. Someone like Anne Wright is going to be on the left part. Whatever you want to call them, progressive left, just basically that sort of far left area. Yeah, but they're all going to go and come together on these sorts of issues, and ultimately the key point that they all have together is that they all ultimately hate the West, and they want to go and change and be turned into their own little personal fantasy projects, because it doesn't go and comport to their idealistic notions of what things should be like. So Lucas Gage's case, he just wants to go and have this isolationist state and wants to go and put out pro-Russian talking points and all that sort of thing all day long. That's what he ultimately wants. He wants to go and laugh as Ukraine and then Eastern Europe are all overrun by the Russians. He wants to go and laugh while Taiwan is invaded by the Chinese. He wants to go and laugh as Venezuela takes Guyana. He wants to go and laugh as all of the Middle Eastern countries come together and then declare war on Israel and destroy it. Or more accurately, become mutually destroyed. Once more, that whole Israel has nuclear weapons bit. Mutual destruction. Remember, Hamas, if they'd gotten what they wanted, there would have been millions and millions, probably tens of millions of corpses by the end of it. That is what Hamas would have resulted in. But let's continue.
Perhaps he just wanted to get severely burned and survive. I don't know. But he's dead now.
No. If you self-immolate, you want to die. Like, you don't want to suffer with surviving those sorts of wounds. Like, absolutely not.
Died to send a message to the world. And we're not going to let him die in vain, ladies and gentlemen. We are not going to let him die in vain.
Yeah, so once he's their sacrificial martyr so that they can go and put out propaganda talking points. That's what he is to them. That is what anyone who goes and does this sort of thing will become. Just another propaganda talking point so that these people can go and put out their ideological messaging.
You know, ever since October 7th, a lot of people have been taking their masks off. A lot of people saying crazy shit. Even Kid Rock the other day. What he said on Joe Rogan was absolutely insane. So it's not the Aaron...
Kid Rock, there's another guy. Who has gone and hyper-supported Russia and is apparently also going and hyper-supporting Israel. But as far as the whole mask-off thing goes, you know where people took off their masks? I would say it's like in the... Well, ever since the 2020s, right? Like COVID, and then it was the Ukraine war. These are things that made people take them off, just show who they were. Like, who are you? What do you stand for? And especially Ukraine. Ukraine is the dividing point in this time in world history. I absolutely believe that is where the people who are corrupt in the West and around the world, they went and showed their corruption. They went and showed you who they were. And you're seeing it all very clearly. There's no more pretending, that we're just these nice little patriots who go and criticize the government. No. They've been exposed as the foreign propagandists that they are, and they've all rallied around foreign propagandist talking points. You've seen them for what they are, so their masks are off. I do realize there's some irony having this whole get-up on, but you know what? I tried to do a little bit here. It's a bit of a parody bit, but you know what? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Bushnells of the world who are crazy. It's the Laura Loomers, the Kid Rocks, the Ben Shapiros, everyone who supports Israel.
Yeah. So apparently the people who supporting people who go and commit a little ethnic massacre, Hamas, but so apparently those people are absolutely fine. They're saying being Lucas Gage is supporting Assad and Russia as they go and kill civilians en masse. Oh yeah, that's absolutely fine. But no. People who apparently support Israel, which has been an ally for ever since its creation, has been an ally of the West. It's like, what are you doing?
And what they're doing in Gaza, they're the lunatics. They're the ones who are insane. They're the ones who are traitors.
Yeah. Again, this is a person who's so internalized his alignment with foreign powers that, of course, he's now calling them traitors, and then he's like, oh, if you don't go in line with these foreign powers, well, you're a traitor. So it's like, yeah, this is what this guy is like, all right?
Because America gains nothing supporting Israel. We lose everything.
Okay. Let me put it to you this way. Another way, just right off the bat. If you go and abandon your friends, what message does that send to all of your other friends? If you go and abandon Israel just because you're under all this political pressure from all these douchey people who want to go and march around the streets and go and follow all of these talking points, what does that say to your other allies? Well, it says, oh, we're willing to go and abandon you when things go and get rough. We're not going to go and stick by you. Same with Ukraine. Well, what does it say if the West goes and abandons Ukraine? Well, the West isn't trustworthy, that you should not go and trust them. That's exactly what it says. Remember, there's a geopolitical conflict going on here. This is the new Cold War. Okay? It is Cold War 2.0. Have absolutely no illusions that it is anything but that. It's just the West has not adapted to that reality truly yet. It has begun to wake up to that reality. Ukraine was the start. Really, COVID should have been the start because of what China did there. But no. Apparently, we had to wait until Ukraine came around to go and start up this idea that we're in the new Cold War era. All right? So, it's a new Cold War. And remember, these are the people who want you to go and stand aside while this other faction goes and takes over places in the world and goes and brings them into its absolutist grip. This is what they want.
Not only do we lose our troops...
Again, no American troops are deployed in Israel. The only Americans that go into Israel are for supply missions. They're not involved in any active combat. They're not going to be involved in anything that's getting them killed.
We lose respect.
Nope. The only respect that's lost is maybe with a few Muslim countries, but frankly, those countries are only half allies, if you want to be blunt about it. Like, you see some of these overtures that they make to other places, so it's like they're half allies, and then a lot of them go and import pretty bad ideologies to the Western countries, so just remember that, right? It's why I've always just absolutely flabbergasted that, we have people that go and rant about places like India, and I mean, India would be an absolutely wonderful ally to have. It would be an absolute game changer, and then they're like, oh, we're just going to go and insult India for the sake of our, Middle Eastern partners that, look at that, our Middle Eastern partner just went and dealt with China and is now on China's side. Oh no. This is exactly what happens, right? Yep.
And we lose our resources.
But by the way, let's not just go and say that, we should, be against places in the Middle East. Of course not. If places in the Middle East are our allies, we should go and stick by them while they're our allies. It's just, we should not be under any illusions that these are places that are going to go and align with all of our, our general ideas for the world. So that's what I'm just going to say. So no aggressive wars or anything. No aggressive wars. We stick by people as they stick with us, and we try and go and be a good influence. That is what we are. But if things go and get tough, just remember who is going to be a reliable ally, who is a civilizational ally. Very important idea to go and consider. And consider who is, not going to be that way. So just consider that.
And that's what Aaron took his life to remind you of. That our unbreakable bond with Israel should be broken.
Once more, he hates Jews. Reminder. This is a far-right guy. Hates Jews, hates Israel, just wants to go and be his little isolationist self.
For not just the sake of the people in Palestine, but also for Americans. And I agree with him. And it's sad to see that he took his life. But he's no coward or traitor or terrorist support.
Yes, he is. Aaron Bushnell is a traitor. He hated America. He undermined America with everything that he did. He is the definition of a traitor. But again, once more, we're talking about a guy, Lucas Gage, who is himself a traitor, okay? Yeah, this is... So just remember that.
Order, no. He's none of those things. He's a hero for standing up for the innocent people in Gaza.
Once more, Hamas is not innocent. And Israel is not killing civilians in Palestine. They're going in and they're saying, we're going to go and remove civilians because we recognize that civilians are not our targets here. Our targets are Hamas and their operatives. This is who Israel is targeting.
He gave his life for the greater good, for a higher cause.
Yeah, idealistic language again. Yep. Remember, idealism, these people are driven by it. And their idealism leads to mediocrity.
And he will not be mocked by the scum and the snakes who lurk among us, pretending to be patriots of this country. When
Aaron Bushnell hated patriotism. He said, American patriotism is not different from fascism. Remember, we have his statements on all these things. These cannot be denied.
In fact, they're only shills for Israel.
Okay, So very angry, very, very ranty. You can tell him, you know, what are you expecting? It's this guy with a couple of hinges loose, you know, a couple of screws loose in the mind, I'd say. Definitely. Alright, let's continue. Alright, what's up next?
Thinking about.
Alright, so random TikToker again. This is, I believe, taken from a post on Twitter that had like 30,000 or 40,000 views, and this woman is arguing why extreme protests work. And again, this is going to be. Alright, we'll listen to her little argument, but I'll just tell you that right off the bat, yeah, these sorts of people, they're going to be naive. They've never gone and actually seen something like this. It's going to be shocking because it's the first time they see it. And maybe I'm just jaded. I've seen enough death. I've seen a lot of videos where people have died, so I'm not going to be shocked by almost anything that I see out there, with the exception of some of the very, very hardcore stuff. But again, you have to be careful about exposing yourself to that sort of thing. But needless to say, if you know death, if you've seen death, it's not going to be that shocking to you. But these are people who are not going to have seen that before.
Bushnell and his extreme protests, and how so many people are labeling it as a mental health condition, or they're completely downplaying it. And I'm here to tell you that extreme protests do work.
By the way, I want to just note something. This is a person who's going to tell you, extreme protests work. It literally puts a trigger warning. Look at that little text there. Trigger warning. So it's like, oh, you're apparently going to get so offended by me literally just describing something, or just talking about my experience with something, and I'm going to go and put a trigger warning in there. Just so unserious, so unserious. Ugh.
They do work, and I know that from personal experience, because when I was a kid, I was kidnapped and taken to a different country, and my mum didn't even know what country in the world that was. She begged international police to look for us, but they were either being too slow or they didn't want to get involved in the case. And so to get their attention, to push them, she went on hunger strike. And hunger strike is very serious. She got very ill. People can die from going on hunger strike. And ultimately, it did get their attention. So because of my mum's extreme protests, I was found and we were reunited. You know, this.
By the way, once more, this is TikTok, so I was like, maybe this is true, maybe it isn't. You have to be careful about this sort of thing online, because people can go and make stuff up. I, again, don't know if this is actually true, if actually not. All right.
This is how powerful these kind of protests can be. And I really think Aaron knows this. He knew, as a white guy in the military, how powerful his decision was.
Once more, this whole idea, remember, we're talking about the media here. This isn't back in the 1950s, where being a white guy is going to get you this all hyper praise. No. As a matter of fact, if a black person had done the same thing, they probably would have gotten even bigger response, a more positive response in a lot of circles, and would have been, I think, more praised. And by the way, that's just once more, I've talked about my issues with the whole way race is used in the U.S., so I won't go on with that here. But that's just to say that no, he's not going to go and get points for that. If you want to go and say, he's typical of the sort of people that are recruited into the U.S. military, and maybe, but it's that's just very surface level appearance stuff. It's not substantive. He's substantively different. The amount of people who consider themselves to be anarchists in the U.S. military, the anarchists don't stay in the military usually. They become conscientious objectors if they go and adopt the ideology, and then they go and get out. One of his friends, you'll recall, was a conscientious objector who went and dropped out. So that's just...
Don't label someone as having a mental health problem under this kind.
Once more, this whole asceticism is a sort of psychosis. I think this really has to be stated, like just going and becoming this sort of ascetic martyr, this really is a psychosis sort of a situation. This is what we have to go and take into account. So you don't say, oh, he doesn't have any sort of serious mental condition. Well, okay, yes, he has neurodivergence, but, or, basically high functioning autism, if you want to go and use the more contemporary term. But burning yourself alive is a psychosis.
Kind of circumstance, had someone just turned around to my mum and said, oh, lady, you've just got a mental health problem. No, she was like driven to that.
Okay. Yeah, so that just, by way, for record, the video that I record cut out there, so, yeah, So again, it's like, maybe that whole thing that was described happened, but didn't even have to use a personal experience. Could have used a more well-known form of hunger strike. But also, hunger strike, once more, isn't going and killing yourself. It's like, oh, you can go and watch me go and fade away. But you also know, once more, that whole trigger warning. So, allegedly a serious topic, and that wasn't even a... Let me ask you, did any of you even find anything there to be like a severe description? Like, no. That wasn't a severe description at all. Like, that just goes to show you the sensitivity of these people. They do not know what death looks like. And so, of course, when they go and see something like a man burning himself to death, of course that's going to go and get their attention. But because they don't know what death looks like, they're afraid to go and confront any serious issue, which is why they have to go and talk about serious issues in these sort of vague terms. They have to go and put their little dumb trigger warnings on them. This is what they're fundamentally like, because this is the result of being coddled in a lot of ways. And that's a good point, too. If that woman had indeed suffered that, like being kidnapped, why is she so sensitive to these sorts of things? Like, just very, very weird stuff. But once more, that was what I saw being promoted on Twitter the other day, but it had tens of thousands of views on it, so there you go. All right, so here we have a piece from the Global Times. So for those who don't know, the Global Times is a Chinese Communist Party controlled propaganda rig. It is a alleged news source that goes and talks about global stuff, and here they've gone and brought on one of Aaron's friends. I believe this is Levy, to go and talk. And so the fact that he's going, they feels like it's fine to go on a Chinese Communist Party controlled news station, and I go and give his little spiel here, his 1 minute insight. Well, I just want to say that this shows a character about him, and perhaps shows what he's trying to go and achieve with this whole thing, which is perhaps that Aaron is, just another little tool to go and be used to go and promote his ideology. So, let's hear what you say, Levy.
I would say my experience is that he felt most, if not all, current conflict the U.S. had involved itself in were not about...
Okay, so this looks like it's actually Mason Escamilla. All right. Levy was, for the record, that's the guy that gave the interview to Democracy Now! So, anyways, but this is apparently one of his other friends. Okay. Like I said, I'm going into all this sort of thing. I'm blind, so I don't know exactly what is happening in each of these. But so just going to go claim that the U.S. uses wars for imperial purposes here. Typical talking points.
Advancing democracy or freedom, but about maintaining the U.S. empire.
Much more, U.S. doesn't have an empire. Just objectively, doesn't have one. And the only places that you could argue at all about the U.S. still having an imperial presence are Hawaii, maybe? Hawaii, Puerto Rico has the ability to go and leave. Guam has the ability to leave. Samoa has the ability to leave. Again, the U.S. does not go and control, these sorts of territories integrally. The only place that you can say that it controls integrally and wouldn't be inclined to give up is Hawaii, which of course is a state now. So it's a little bit of a different thing. Remember that states do have a fair amount of autonomy within the U.S. Like they have their own military forces and they have their own laws about a whole bunch of different things. So, make of that what you will.
And its political and economic interests. He felt a contradiction in his position in the active military. For that, I would say it weighed heavily on him on the fact that U.S. resources are going into the conflict right now.
Yeah, this is an accurate thing. That this is what Aaron had a big issue with, was the concept of being deployed to Israel. Whether or not he was going to be deployed, I've seen various discussions about those whole papers they had, but once more, his whole thing would have been like aerial logistics, supporting the aerial supply operation.
It is killing many civilians and causing and wreaking havoc in the region.
Yep, so once more taking, of course, the side of Hamas. Remember, China's decided to go and take the side of Hamas, so China, we've seen that they had people who are in the Chinese propaganda sphere, so various... I'm talking like actual CCP people that were supporting Aaron Bushnell, so they've been promoting this message. Chinese propaganda, though, is typically worse than the Russian version, so the Russian version you're going to be more familiar with. China's more like the guy who goes and throws around a lot of money and just buys out people, and then goes and uses that to go and throw around its weight, because China... foreign propaganda is something that's a little bit worse in their sphere.
I know more people in the military becoming aware to how these conflicts the U.S. has involved its military in do not end up promoting peace. We've seen so many Americans die and be caught up in fighting wars that go on for decades where no peace is established. And I think
once more, this is all relevant to the whole Israel-Gaza situation. Like, there is no military being deployed for combat duties. There is no American military there being deployed for combat duties. So this whole business of dying for foreign wars it's entirely irrelevant in this conflict.
More people in the military are feeling resentment or disillusioned with any idea that they were initially sold into the military.
Yep, so again, that's what they're promoting, disillusionment propaganda. Alright, so, yeah. But important point you've seen there, that's what the Chinese are promoting. Like, these sorts of people don't go on their official news networks without being vetted and approved of. So, yeah, just so you know. Alright, so this is a video that claims to be in Yemen, and I think what's happened is that a bunch of people have gone and apparently... this might be like a Photoshop or an AI thing. I don't think this is actually what's happening at like legitimate protests, but yep, so they gone and put Aaron's face on a whole bunch of things here. To me, this is all looking very sus. Like this, yeah, that sign isn't, like at the top line of that sign there, this is Photoshopped. Okay, so basically this was a video being promoted on a Palestinian propaganda site, and so it was allegedly a protest in Yemen where they were going and supporting Aaron Bushnell. But yeah, you see there's yeah, you tell that jagged Photoshop lines. That's not even a good Photoshop job on that. Now this apparently, I've heard is real. This little sign that went up, I think I've heard that's actually real, and that's a real sign that someone put up in Yemen. So, but yep, that other stuff, like those little signs that they had, I don't think those were real. I think those were all photoshopped in. Alright, and then this is again at the whole Israeli embassy in Washington. So here you have the Secret Service guys.
We set up an encampment here.
Yeah, okay. So these guys are just going to go and describe it. And this is from an organization, news organization, I believe, called TRT World. So
here in front of the embassy to remind embassy staff every single minute of their workday when they go and come and throughout the
So again, this is what these sorts of people are like.
workday, that the U.S. public does not want a genocide.
So yeah, that's his mommy, so Palestinian American, you see there.
Yeah,
and you'll notice they're just going and splattering whatever their pseudo blood-like stuff is there. And just showing baby killers. Once more, this is just the whole mind on propaganda thing. They've gone and just... Once more, these guys don't care a single part about the actual truth, the actual reality of what happened. They just want their mythologized notions of what happens. This is exactly how you get cults that happen. These people are really... You basically consider them to be a cult, I'd say, at this point. They're a cult. And remember, these are people whose base of operations are in the universities, which are allegedly places where the smartest people in society congregate, and they're acting like complete cultists. Just remember that, okay? Just remember that.
We have another settlement that we've been doing in front of the U.S. Secretary of State's house, and after...
Yeah, so he has just cringy stuff.
Aaron Bushnell self-immolated right here behind me. We decided that it was time to expand our settlements around Washington. Yeah,
just... They're like...
We usually have our chairs here. This is public property. Around here, we have our facility. So this is our storage, is where we have our food tents. And then there are additionally another 4 tents that are set up on that side. In the beginning, we did sleep here. It was quite terrifying, to be honest with you. We had people screaming at us. We had people stealing our flags, the Palestinian flags. We had people taking down our signage. So we hired security because it was relatively...
Read that they went and got a bunch of their Antifa to show up. Alright, that's basically what it's like.
Relatively scary to be here. We're calling our settlement kibbutz Israel because there's so much romanticization around kind of settlements in Israel. You hear oftentimes people talk about, I'm making Aliyah, and it's a kibbutz. It's an illegal settlement. And so we are using the play on words, using the term kibbutz, and using it to build these settlements around Washington.
Yeah, so, just... once more, this is... Oh, I literally missed out that there were those watermelon... Oh, that's cringe. Those watermelon earrings, too. Oh. That is kind of cringe. Oh. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. Like, watermelons, they have such a different history. Because, like, in the U.S., they're one of those things that was just, like, super racially associated with black people. There's, like, that whole racist use of them for black people. There's a funny... Like, in Ukraine, there was this little video. Like, I made a couple of jokes where basically... Zelensky was visiting Kherson, was talking about once the Ukrainian forces had freed Kherson, was saying, "Oh, I went down, to go and buy some of the melons that Kherson is famous for." So I made some jokes about that with Putin freaking out about that. But yeah, so these people apparently, though, they've taken the watermelon as their symbol for, never quite get that. I've heard that I've heard Americans apply to be like green. Well, what was it? American conservatives were like green on the outside, around the inside, to be like environmentalism as being like a socialist movement or something. I don't know. There's probably some sort of symbolism that's associated with it, but
it's actually really terrifying to see the reaction that we have. We are a group of peaceful protesters, and people going in and out of the embassy and the embassy staff are extremely hostile.
I mean, because you're literally blocking their way in, and you're... Yeah, just... I mean, of course they'd be hostile. Like, What is she expecting? Once by these people are all driven by persecution complexes as well.
They constantly, harass us.
These people have been shown harassing people throughout this entire video. Like, screaming at people. They've been shown to go and spray blood. Like, this is, like, just being here is basically harassment. Like, staying up here for days and days, just...
They say very vulgar things. They curse us out.
You've literally shown yourself doing these exact same things. Like, you've called people baby killers and...
Walking in and out of the embassy when we hold posters of burned Palestinian children and injured Palestinian children, they will laugh, they smile, they say they deserve it.
Once more, do you really want to take this person's word for that? I personally don't think that these people deserve to be treated with any sort of credibility, so...
It's vile. It's actually...
I remember, they're the people who were rejoicing at... well, remember, you go back to that first day, there was that entire crowd in... crowd people, those Democratic Socialists in New York, and they were celebrating the fact that rockets were being launched over, that the Palestinians had gone and invaded Israel and were killing people. Like, this is what they were celebrating. And they were all rabidly going, oh, we're so great, we're so, oh, we're finally going and showing it, those Israelis, what we think of them, we're finally going and killing them by the masses. This is what they were like. And then these people, now that their side actually lost, which of course it was going to go and lose, now suddenly they're here and they're like, oh, look at us, we're so persecuted, we're so poor and persecuted, look how violently they treat us. Meanwhile, these people have treated the Israelis absolutely vilely for so long, and they've gone away from with it because, of course, the places they're associated with have been bought out by ideological money, basically.
Pretty disgusting. There's very few of them that walk in and out of the embassy that walk in quietly. The memorial that was set up for Aaron Bushnell was actually taken down by the Israeli embassy. They constantly complain to the police. They constantly ask for us to be removed.
Yeah, because you're blocking them. Like, I'm sure this woman would absolutely love the people went and set up protests around her house. I'm sure that she would have absolutely no problems with that.
They complain about the sound, and it's quite ironic and hypocritical.
No, you're the one who's being hypocritical throughout this. Like, you've literally taught, like, everything that you said they've done to you. Like, this is what this woman and her ilk have been shown doing throughout this video. So it's like,
that a government that has systematically ethnically cleansed and removed people from their land is...
What's more, they're Palestinians in Israel. Like, do people not get that there's a very large population of Palestinians in Israel? It's like, no. And in Israel, they can go and participate in free society. They can go and have their mosques. Like, it's just, these sorts of people are... yeah. Once more, they've just gone so far down the whole rabbit hole of alternative reality that they don't even know what's true. They don't care about what's true either. They just care about their mythology. Because once more, it's like, oh, there's this greater guy, this greater God out there, this greater realm of ideals, this heaven out there, and that's what we're really aiming for. So if we have to lie and distort reality on Earth, who cares, I guess?
Uncomfortable with settlements who obviously don't care, and it's a powerful reminder to them that they're going to have to deal with this every minute of every day, and we're not going anywhere.
Complaining about harassment, by the way. You're going to have to deal with us every minute of every day, and we're also going to complain about being harassed. Yep, so complete double standard. What were you expecting from these people, I guess? Yep. Well, hello and welcome. This is Qatar Lightning, and we're going to be continuing with videos about Aaron Bushnell. Right.
They don't have the...
So, this is a U.S. veterans group that is going and talking about Aaron Bushnell, and as you can see there on screen, what Aaron Bushnell meant to them. So again, this is one of those small groups of U.S. veterans there don't really like the direction that the military is going in, all that sort of thing, that they don't like the whole U.S. being involved in foreign countries and all that sort of thing. So, and this is related to that group that the Army intelligence officer that we reviewed earlier was a part of. So, yeah.
Guns to call for a ceasefire.
He died for the sins of our Congress because.
Yeah, so you see once more religious language being used here. So, just typical for what we've seen.
They don't have the guts to call for a ceasefire because of their lust for power.
No, once more, this has everything to do with how you treat allies compared to a faction, Hamas, which is an enemy. So, I don't know who's exactly getting power here, because it's not like the U.S. has, vital national interests in the Gaza Strip or something. It's like,
And their fear of being voted based on lobbyists representing a foreign country paying for someone else to run against them. How shameful is that?
So it's like, once more, we have this guy who, he's doing like a soft version of the whole, Zionists occupy our government, Zionist control our government. But, it is the soft version. This is the sort of version that people who are actually concerned about optics go and roll out, right? Because, you have the nut jobs that are just going and screaming, we hate Jews, or the Zionists occupy everything. So they're not going to be listened to. But a guy like this who, is just going to go and soft roll out the same talking points, essentially, he can go get an audience. So that's what's happening.
How inhumane is that?
So once more, inhumane, that's very weird language to go and use there, because it's like, okay, just so, just very, very weird. Okay, again, it's like a very small percentage of military veterans have been calling for these sorts of actions. Again, military veterans, just being in the military does not mean that you're any good at foreign policy or at geopolitics. It means that you were in the military. Like, that's your expertise. That does not mean that you have expertise in all of these areas of actual policy. It just means that you have some knowledge about what soldiering means. That's a very big distinction compared to saying that, we can just go and, have people that are in governments that are, doing various different sorts of things.
Remember Aaron Bushnell?
And that's where we looked at this before as well. So, key point, the key takeaway from this is that they were going and chanting their little mantra over and over and over and over and over again, which is a way that they want to go and get the people around them to bypass critical thought. Remember, that's the point of a mantra, to go and put something in your mind, bypassing your defenses, essentially. So that's what's going on here. And once more, this is that video. Eliza Azar, as we went over previously. She's also, remember, an Assad fan. So this is someone who is like, I'm so anti-fascist. I go and cover right-wing in the Pacific Northwest. And then suddenly, apparently she's very pro for the hardcore nationalists when it comes to being in Syria. And of course, Syria being with that whole Russia alignment too. Yeah, so very hypocritical person. Once more, it's like this is trying to make it seem like there's a bigger movement here that is actually existing. And we should also remember that this is, as you can tell from the logo in the top there, yeah. Yeah, and remember, not allowed to speak on political issues because you have to be ready to be deployed if there is a Democratic president or if there is a Republican president. You cannot go and say, I'm a Republican, ergo I'm not going to go and obey a Democratic president, or vice versa. You have to be ready to be deployed. That is one of the consequences of being in the military, and if you're a very political person, it's perhaps one of the reasons why you would not end up in the military. So just keep that in mind.
I think overall
we've seen what she had to say before. I remember her speech. She had nothing intelligent to say, which is kind of funny given her apparent expertise as in military intelligence. But she was absolutely vapid, just absolutely vapid.
The majority of our leaders and American citizens are missing from Aaron Bushnell's death is the historical context of what's actually happening in Palestine.
Which all of the fans of Hamas happen to also manage to forget, because they'll go and look into what the actual history of the place is, how the people there got replaced by other people. They don't go and look into any of this. But of course, they just want to go and have this fantasy world of this fictional Palestinian people. They're not about reality. They're about this idealized fiction. That's what they're obsessed with.
And specifically Gaza, the West Bank, because the occupation of 75 years is not something that most Americans are aware of. The leaders are...
Yep, so you'll notice that this is all just propaganda to go and get you to go and, distrust your leaders, go and say your leaders are bad, they're lying to you, etc. So it's a psychological operation, right? This is what this group is. It's a psychological operation. As with all these sorts of groups, it would be very interesting to go and look into their finances and see who is ultimately behind them, because this is very much not a sort of grassroots thing. It looks like it's grassroots, but as one of my favorite new words is, of course, astroturfed, which is people behind the scenes, a small group behind the scenes going and funding a bunch of people and then making it go and look like it's a grassroots operation. So that's fundamentally what's going on here.
Continuing to lie on the podium over and over.
Yeah, we have the emotional music kicking in. Yep. Gotta get all the manipulation in there that we can.
Over again. And so it's important that our voices tell the truth. And when we come from a place of understanding what defense is from a military aspect.
What's more, this is not a person who is a high-ranking intelligence officer even. There's just because you were in the military, again, does not mean you understand geopolitics, does not mean you understand what the necessity of geopolitics is.
We can clearly see that this is not defense.
Yes, it is. Hamas invaded Israel. They went and killed a bunch of civilians. This is exactly what going in and dealing with an aggressive nation looks like. This is what going in and dealing with an aggressive nation has always looked like. Germany was wrecked after the Allies went in and destroyed the Nazi government. You can think of countless examples of this exact same sort of thing happening. And so that's what has to happen. When you're up against a bad government, it has to go and be removed. And bad governments are in power because at least a certain percentage of the population goes and supports them. And that percentage of the population has to be defeated until they go and resign themselves to, we're not going to have this government in the future. All right? And then the government gets taken care of, and you get a new government in there. That's what's essentially going to have happen, and what exactly that looks like in Gaza, we still don't know.
And we can clarify that with the people across the country, with nations, and also with our own American leaders.
My only hope is that if we had been on active duty at the same time, that I would have had an opportunity to let him know he was not alone, that many of us...
Again, Aaron Bushnell did have friends in the military who also shared the same viewpoints. There was one guy that was Levi Pierpont. He also shared Aaron's views, and Levi became a conscientious objector and then got out of the military. So remember, Aaron Bushnell was in the military because he wanted to go and tough it out for the last year, even though he hated it. His viewpoints were, of course, super against it because he wanted those college creds and then to go and become a computer programmer. That's what he was going and looking at.
Had the same concerns that he had, and I would have done everything I could to be with him and help him through what he was going through. So he was a part of our government that was aiding and abetting a genocide.
Once more, it's not a genocide. What is happening is not a genocide. This is a propaganda talking point. So, yep.
And he didn't want to be a part of that. And the only way I can only imagine that he felt that he could do something about it was to give his life in front of the Israeli embassy.
Yep, so, there again, they once more want to go and portray him as like this whole sacrificial figure. It just goes to show you what warped mindsets they have. Again, the ceasefire support is on very definitive terms, and of course you have to remember that these whole public polls are weird, but actually the majority of Americans do continue to support Israel. And you have to remember that there's been a major propaganda campaign that's been ongoing ever since the start of this to go and get people to go and not support Israel. Just exactly like what they did with Ukraine, right? Like, with Ukraine, they basically had all these conservative propagandists go on television, and then, your Tucker Carlsons and that sort of thing, and then they went and propagandized a lot of the American right to go and hate Ukraine, despite the fact that, Ukraine is like one of the few places in the Western world that actually has sort of a nobility about it. Like, it's the majority of the West doesn't really have that sort of nobility and character, and this is something that you conservatives allegedly want to go and rebuild, but no. Conservatives just apparently want to go and bitch on the internet and just say, oh, we're going to go and let Russia win so we can go and own the libs, etc., etc., etc. Just a bunch of garbage, right? Same thing though that's happening with Israel. It's just Israel, it's being attacked on a number of different fronts, and it's just a very different character to the sort of person who is going to go and support Hamas over the sort of person who is going to inherently support the Russians. So very much the people who despise Israel are very much more on the left side, and that's only like the very far right that tends to also hate Israel. So yeah. So they're tossing out the same sort of 30,000 figure. Once more, Hamas's figures aren't accurate. You can't go and trust them. They just want to go and drum up as much support as they can via, their numbers. And, it's all these people. Of course, they're also wearing all of those Palestinian, scarves around their necks. So,
but many of us after the Iraq War, when we found out that the reason and justification for going to war was a lie.
See, here's the thing. So there weren't weapons of mass destruction, right? But there was a dictator involved there, Saddam Hussein, who had just gone and committed a massive purge of his people. Remember, the primary issue actually with the Iraq War isn't the fact that it happened. It's that it happened much too late than it should have. And so what's happened is that the initial population that were ready to go and rise up and overthrow Saddam Hussein, well, because the Americans didn't support them after the Gulf War, basically what ended up happening is that everyone they all got persecuted out of existence basically by Saddam Hussein or driven into hiding, and then you had a Iranian-aligned faction that was sort of the undercurrent, and what basically ended up happening is that Iraq ended up falling under the Iranian sway of things. So, just keep that in mind. Like, this is what happened. This is also why a lot of people, there's a lot of people who are jilted about what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan, because ultimately it didn't seem to make that much of a difference.
We all have felt betrayed, and now we're feeling like we're pawns of foreign policy.
So, that was their take on the whole thing. So it's like, once more, you have to be, you have to just know who exactly these sorts of groups are, who's funding them. I'm going to say there's going to be a lot of foreign money going into these things. Essentially, a lot of the Arab states, for example, go and pump money into them. Qataris go and pump money into them. These are the sorts of groups that really hate Israel and then want to see it not exist anymore. And so these are the groups that are pumping money into this whole movement. All right, sorry for that brief interruption there. Let's continue. All right.
Said this, who was smart.
All right, so this is a video from Andrew Tate here. Andrew Tate is, of course, that Manosphere guy who you've heard of. He's a notorious misogynist. He's under a criminal investigation for his role in a sex trafficking operation. He's an associate of the Russian mafia, and he also, of course, puts out propaganda on behalf of the Russians to a bunch of impressionable young kids. So, recently, though, he converted to Islam. So he did the whole trad religious grift sort of thing, except, he went the Muslim route instead of the Catholic route or whatever else you see people going into. So this video is going to be him talking about the people of Palestine, and he's going to go and be putting out his little propaganda talk about them. All right.
Than I can't remember where I heard it from, but they said whenever you see a post-apocalyptic Christian society in a movie, it's just the purge and everyone's out to kill each other.
So note this, though, that's in a movie. Here's the thing. Movies are not realistic. They're intentionally exaggerations. Like, every dystopian movie that you ever see is an exaggeration. Like, you go and look at a dystopia, right? And, there's rusted cars everywhere. All the skyscrapers are crumbling. All the buildings are crumbling, etc., etc., etc. No. In reality, what happens is that in certain areas, like if you assume that things like plagues or famines happen, well, basically certain areas end up crumbling and then other areas end up surviving, and then people go and move to those surviving areas. And so that's mostly what you see. And of course, we haven't seen what would happen in a modern setting, like an actual first world, second world, those sorts of developed countries, if you had a crumbling society occur. We've seen what happens, for example, in like a Venezuela, where it's like, the government is unable to go and supply a proper economy, and so basically people start trading under the table with gold and American dollars and that sort of thing. So we've seen what that looks like, but it's like the closest thing that people point to is the collapse of the Roman Empire, for example, where a lot of the urban areas of the Roman Empire got destabilized in its fall because, of course, they couldn't go and afford all of the crops and food supplies that were needed to go and keep massive cities, operational. So, for example, Rome, which at its peak was something like 500,000 people or something, Rome went down to like 20,000 people by about 500 or 600 AD. So that it wasn't even the capital of the Western Roman Empire. So that just gives you an idea of how far it had fallen. But on the other hand, you go to like Constantinople, right? And Constantinople in the Eastern Roman Empire, well, it's still doing fine. There's tons and tons of people living there. It has a good trade economy that's coming in. So that's more what like that sort of collapse situation looks like. But remember, Hollywood, they're just going to go and exaggerate a whole bunch of stuff. All right.
Whereas if you look at a post-apocalyptic Islamic society,
okay, like, again, there's not been any sort of post-apocalypse that's occurred in the Middle East. Like, that's just not really something that's happened.
Which exists right now. They're on the earth right now. They function, and people still love each other.
Okay, so this is going to be his propaganda point about Palestine. It's like, no. We saw that robbery, right, where those gunmen went and shot up hundreds of people that were just trying to get food for their families, just so that the gangs could have that food. Like, we've seen that, and just supply trucks have been getting ambushed left and right. This is and it's to the point now where they're having issues getting people to go and drive those supply trucks because they've been ambushed and attacked so many times. So it's like, no, people do not love each other equally. Like, just, this isn't true.
And it's the belief in God that keeps them together.
Oh yeah, there it is. Like, belief in God, and just, no. Plenty of places in the Middle East believe in God, and they do bad things to one another. So, plenty of people throughout history believed in God. They've done bad things to each other. It's like, no. No.
I mean, there's no legal system in Gaza.
Yes, there is. There's literally... Like, that's literally been what the Hamas and the gangs are enforcing. Like, that's their own legal system, right? It's like...
That's stopping people from committing crime. It's God. And then you sit and say, okay, well, the strength of that religion, even in the harshest possible conditions, can preserve, to a degree, the sanctity of society and human nature.
If you go and look at Lebanon, which is also facing an economic crisis, Lebanon is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. You go to Yemen, and there's cities in Yemen that are currently under siege by the Houthis. So, again, it's like, this is all nonsense. It's just Andrew Tate trying to be, oh, you should go and convert to your religion and go be a follower of God and so on, so on, so on. No. These sorts of things have been outdated for a long time, and we'll be better off as a society when they all go. Like, just, this is the reality of the thing. Believe whatever you want about the origin of the universe and whether there are moral laws about it and all that. Just don't go and fall for these sorts of stupid religions.
I don't think a Christian country could do that.
Again, it's like where people in, I don't know, Weimar, Germany going and shooting each other up and all that, like, it's like, yeah, when there's crime, when societies go through bad times, well, then people go and oftentimes commit criminal acts and that sort of thing, but it's like, again, this is all based on a false premise. He doesn't want you to actually know about the realities of the thing. His sort of guy is, of course, just going to go and say, oh, the Israelis went and committed a bunch of massacres and all that. Even when the Israelis go and put them, like, what literally happened, they go and show you the videos of that. It's like, just want to live in their own alternative reality.
A Christian country under the level of destruction Gaza's currently going through, I don't think people would sit and say, well, Jesus says I shouldn't steal. In fact, if you look...
Well, Ukraine is mostly Christian, so just by comparison, and there are people who have been, very much in solidarity for the entire time that Russia's been committing criminal acts upon them. They've gone and stuck it out together. So it's like, yeah. And for that matter, I mean, when you go to Warsaw and Poland, for example, during the uprising, like, the Poles stuck it out together. I mean, they didn't win, of course, but they did pitch in as a country and try and go and build their own new thing. And, of course, they just got trampled down by foreign powers. But
what happens during natural disasters in America is the absolute opposite. It's just looting and chaos. What is a Christian country anymore? I don't.
Okay, so maybe it's like going, oh, the West isn't Christian anymore. Oh, look at how terrible it is that people don't believe in God, etc., etc., etc. Reminder, by the way, this is the guy who went and had a business where he was getting girls drunk and then putting them on camera. He basically made them engage in, like, lesbianism by getting them drunk and then having one of his female accomplices go and have sex with them, and then just so he could go and film and put on the internet for a bunch of perverts. It's like, this is the sort of guy we're talking about here. This is the sort of guy who's like, oh, I'm now so religious, etc., etc., etc. Oh, go and give me all of your accolades. Oh, I'm being persecuted because I'm a major conservative thinker, major conservative person. Like, just...
What is a Christian country?
Alright, so, yeah, that was Andrew Tate, and... Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, as far as Christianity goes, remember, the majority of countries in the West are not really Christian anymore. Like, they have some Christian influences, and then there's, of course, the secular variants that Christianity has moved into, like a lot of the the left is, for example, inspired by moralistic Christianity. You have a lot of the right that's kind of in this sort of cultural Christianity. So there's a lot of Christian influence still, but it's not the explicit religion that has power in the West. It's just a lot of the things that come from that religion still have power. And yeah, that's what's going on there. Hello and welcome. This is Qatari Lightning, and we're back to finish up the videos about Aaron Bushnell. So we have about 11 minutes to go here with the videos, and let's see what comes up. Alright, so first up we see here that we have one from PressTV, which of course is the Iranian propaganda outlet. Yep, so they were covering the protest outside the Israeli embassy in Washington. Yep, so getting everyone in on this. So we have the Chinese, we've had the various Russian people, we've had the Iranian people, we've had the Qataris. These people are all getting together to go and try and promote Aaron Bushnell. So just keep that in mind.
Will prevail. And I want to make sure that I repeat exactly what he said. I will no longer.
Right, and we've been over this video before. This is just it from a different perspective.
Be complicit in genocide. Free Palestine. Ceasefire now.
So as you can see, there's perhaps several hundred people there. So most of them are, of course, going to be essentially professional protesters, right? Because that's who you could get on such a short notice. Yeah, and so they busted in a whole bunch of professional protesters from the eastern seaboard of the U.S., and basically that's who's here. So a reminder, this protest occurred one day after Aaron Bushnell died. So this is how fast-paced you're looking at. So it's very much an attempt to go and get all of these different groups together that are already on the dime, that can go and rapidly be deployed like this, and then get them all in one place and then try and make something of it. That's essentially what's going on here. All right.
He said, I will not be complete.
Okay, so this is a video from Middle Eastern Eye, which as I've been over before, is most likely a Qatari propaganda outlet. It's basically, the ownership of it is not revealed. It's located in the UK. It's officially headed by a British person, I believe, at the moment. However, it's been linked most likely to a Qatari influence outlet, which, a reminder, the Qataris are where they're basically the group that is most influential as far as throwing money at various causes in the West that are, destabilizing, to go and promote that sort of hyper-Islamicization. So that's essentially what the Qataris do. They're closely tied in with the Iranians. They're like Iran, except the Qataris can actually go and act internationally because they're not subjected to the various sorts of sanctions that the Iranians are. I believe that the Islamic Development Bank is also located in Qatar. So essentially they have a lot of money to go and throw around, which is why you see, for example, in that report released a little bit, I think it was at the end of last year, where they were talking about how much illicit money has funneled into the American university system from outside countries. Well, Qatar is the leader in that. So that just gives you an idea of how big their propaganda influence operation is. So Middle Eastern Eye is one of these sites that they operate. Al Jazeera is going to be their most predominant one, so just keep that in mind. And Al Jazeera is the biggest news organization that covers the Middle Eastern affairs. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. And the woman that they're interviewing at the moment is a historian. That's my understanding. So, yeah, basically she's going to give a talk about Aaron Bushnell, what she makes of him.
Complicit in genocide. That means he is holding his own government accountable in the most extreme way possible.
Yeah, so Assal, modern Middle East historian. Okay.
To not get that right in a country that claims to be a democracy is really undermines.
So you'll note, of course, that there's automatically the sort of castigating, oh, America's not a democracy, oh, America doesn't have democratic values, oh, the system is sort of fake. Remember, this is the sort of method that these people push. It's like, oh, you know, we're the ones that are the popular mind. We're the people who represent the people, the populace. No, this is just an attempt to go and astroturf this sort of thing again.
The entire system in which we live. Well, Aaron Bushnell was a active duty U.S. member of the U.S. Air Force. He committed an act of extreme protest by setting himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Before doing so, he live streamed the video, stated very clearly and almost disturbing how calmly.
All right, so far she's just going and giving a bunch of descriptions. We haven't seen very much opinion here except for that little slag on American democracy, which will remind you again, this is exactly the sort of tactic that organizations like the Middle Eastern Eye are going to go and operate with. So
he stated the purpose for what he was doing and what he was about to do. Before actually live streaming, he had sent this link. He had made sure that journalists would have access to this information in order to tell the story, because it was so important for him, obviously, given the extreme nature of the act that he, self-immolation is the most extreme form of protest.
All right, so she's been repeating that line a lot. Again, like, you have to remember, these sorts of people, they come out of this philosophy of martyrdom, where they're always glorifying martyrdom. And so it's like, oh, the most extreme act of protest is to go and literally kill yourself. Actually, the most extreme form of protest would be leading a protest that actually was to go and result in the overthrow of a system. That would technically be the most extreme form of protest, and then going and living and being a part of that. So if you wanted to talk about, like, oh, how a successful act of protest would be, well, that's sort of what people go and imagine as a very successful form of protest, and that's like, oh, this is the extreme form of protest. Actually, I think you could even argue that taking your own life isn't the most extreme form of protest. Probably the most extreme form of protest would be, like, literally taking other people's lives. I mean, political terrorism, like, that would be probably the most extreme act of protest that you could imagine, right? I mean, I'm just saying so, right? And you might say, well, that doesn't qualify as protest anymore. I mean, yes, you can make that argument, but, like, if we're going to talk extreme acts, again, taking your own life isn't exactly, it's not like yes, it's personally speaking, it's the most extreme act, but, like, from a societal perspective, no, there's much, much more extreme acts that one could do. And, yes, those extreme acts would get one slagged off a lot more than going and taking one's life, but, again, they still exist, so I think we should at least acknowledge that that's a fact.
He clearly wanted to make sure that this message was seen by, especially, I think, an American populace, because he's an American himself and an American service member. In the video, he stated clearly that he would no longer be complicit in genocide, referring to Gaza. And after setting himself on fire, what you could hear if you listen to the video, in excruciating pain, he still yelled his last words, which were "Free Palestine." So there's a very clear reasoning behind this act.
I mean, yes. Once more, this has mostly just been descriptive. But for those who are just tuning in and this is your first video, I record these, but I'm going in blind to each of them because I didn't want to go and see, so I'm aware of the context behind each video, but I'm not aware of what's being said in each video because I wanted to go and do a live reaction to it, hence this little get up here. But anyways, this is sort of what we're talking about with these people here. So she's just been describing it.
He said he was about to partake in an act of extreme protest, and actually said that, but compared to what Palestinians have been facing against their colonizers, against their oppressors, that it was not extreme. So this is very, very clear language that was used by Aaron Bushnell to explain why he did what he did. But when you saw the media coverage, especially this is in, mainstream Western media coverage, the New York Times, the Washington Post.
So again, they're going to go and slag off the mainstream media again, be like, oh, they didn't go and, tell you all this thing about Aaron Bushnell, that sort of thing. So it's like, all right, mainstream media will do what they do. Again, the mainstream media, for the record, they're going to be very hesitant to go and talk about anyone going and committing suicide. You have to remember, if this video, again, was monetized on YouTube, if this channel was monetized, just using a word like suicide would go and get the video demonetized. So that's just sort of the environment that you're in at the moment. And, of course, on network television, they're also supported by advertisements and that sort of thing. So this just gives you an idea of how they're very hesitant to go and talk about these sorts of serious issues. Is that an issue with infantilization, as I've considered before? Yes, it's certainly an issue, and it's not a good practice, but it is the practice at the moment. So, again, it's like you can only expect so much from them.
CNN, Reuters, none of the headlines, and even initially none of the stories within the headlines. But then eventually they were updated to add some story and actually quote him. But none of the headlines said anything about the reason for his protest.
Again, it's like, I pointed this out before, right, when talking about that one TikToker's video. Again, the reality is that no one who is going and protesting for the Israeli side is going to go and be committing this sort of act, because it's like, why would you? I mean, you only commit this sort of act to go and draw attention to a loser cause, which, again, Hamas is the losing team right now. So, again, this is like, all right, what would you consider from a headline? Why would a person who is supporting Israel go and take their life like this? Again, that just wouldn't make sense.
They stated something like a man, a member of the U.S. Air Force, sets himself on fire in front of Israeli embassy. The headlines didn't use words like pro.
So again, here's the thing too. It's like, these people want to go and make Aaron Bushnell like this whole big thing, this big martyr. Again, it's like, the guy burned himself. He didn't... I don't know how to express this more succinctly, but it's like, you can only that's not an accomplishment to go and remove yourself from this world. It's like, these people have such an obsession with the martyr complex that they just don't understand that. And so people who just, in standard society, and even remember, people in Western society have still got this sort of brainwashing about them, where they're obsessed with sacrifices and martyrdom and that sort of thing. I've just kind of moved it away from the strictly religious definition of that terminology, but they're still oftentimes obsessed with those sorts of words like self-sacrifice and that sort of thing. But as for Aaron Bushnell, it's like, what did he actually accomplish? And when you can go and say, well, he ultimately accomplished his death, and it's like, that's what he did, and then everything else is just what people go and read into that. That's the reality behind this whole situation. And so, yeah, the mainstream media, the people running it, do not approve of Aaron Bushnell's actions. They're not going to go and use language that goes and supports or glorifies them. And that's, of course, why the alternative media is going to go and be in an uproar about it, because obviously the alternative media wants to go and hardcore push the anti-Israel sentiment. And, yep, this is just a good example of all that.
The fact that this was a protest, they didn't use the words Gaza, genocide, Palestinian, free Palestine.
Again, the people around the mainstream media, and I should also point out that we're using that term and we're trying to grant these people more credit than they deserve, because the mainstream media is also full of a bunch of people who have also been actually promoting the Hamas talking points. Just people like this, of course, want to go and paint the mainstream media with this broad brush, but the reality is that there have been a lot of journalists who, as I pointed out, they're compromised for various reasons, whether those are ideological or payout related. So they are compromised to go and promote different causes. So, yes, but again, it's like, yeah, they're not going to go and use these sorts of words in mainstream media.
Palestine, basically any of the things he actually said, right? So the issue with that and how this fits into the larger way that this entire conflict has been framed throughout since October 7th.
By the way, I'm also going to point out that her side and the side of people, this Qatari propaganda outlet, again, remember how they frame it. It's all like, oh, Israel committed genocide. Oh, look at Israel, the aggressor. Remember, Hamas was the one that attacked. Hamas went and killed a bunch of Jews randomly. And also Arabs, by the way. If you were an Arab person who was in the vicinity of a bunch of Jews, you also got killed. A Palestinian person, yep, you also got killed. So they didn't care who they killed. They were just going into Israel and killing everyone that they could. So just understand that. Like, that is the reality of what happened. That's the reality that these people are not talking about, that they're going and trying to go and reframe reality so they can make it go fit with their alternative reality, their mythologized propaganda. This is what they're about.
Is that, again, you see the erasure of Palestinians, right? They try to avoid the word Palestine or Palestinian. And so what happens...
which also, by the way, is also a interesting subject, because if you know the history of the word Palestine, you'll of course know that it was actually the Romans that came up with that, and then it's the Roman name for the inhabitants of the area. Before it was Judea, then you also had kind of to the area where Jordan is, and then to the south that's called Arabia. So it's like, yeah, you're ultimately are using the imperial terminology here, which is another point I think that people should point out. And by the way, an empire that, may I remind you, all you rather more left-leaning people, and I'm speaking over to the far left, of course, but may I remind you that that's literally the empire that gave its name to fascism, like the fasci, those little axe, the bundled axe, like that's literally the symbol of the Roman Empire. So it's like you're letting the Roman Empire of all things, which I remind you is a genocidal power, like it's genocidal imperial power. Like just to give you an example, when the Romans conquered Gaul, which by the way was an illegal act under Roman law, like the Roman Senate did not approve of that, but Julius Caesar went and did it anyways. They killed 1 million Gauls and enslaved 1 million more. Like, we're talking about genocidal dictatorships here, right? They did the same thing in the area that they called Palestine. They went and killed a whole bunch of Jews. They literally genocided them. They enslaved a bunch more. The Byzantine Empire, their successor, they went and did the same thing to the Samaritan population, which was living in what you now know as the West Bank. So understand that this entire thing is the result of a genocidal enterprise, and it's a genocidal enterprise that has been continued throughout the centuries. And yet here we are now talking about, oh, look at the way the terminology is being shifted. Well, no. The way that we need to talk about the terminology being shifted is that the fact that we have people who are using like this imperial terminology for a place, and they're calling themselves after that, which, a reminder, the Palestinians, they're descendants of the Peninsula Arabs, so they're not even the Arabs that were from areas. I think I should clarify that Gaza, for example, like, yes, that was an Arabic area, okay? That was a historically Arabic area. It wasn't a Jewish area. There was actually a conflict between the people of Gaza and the ancient Herodian Jewish kingdom, even way back then. So that just gives you an idea of how long some of these things have been going on for. But those people there, the Arabs that were living there, they oftentimes, as a general rule, they got replaced by the Peninsula Arabs, and then the Arabs that were living in those places became the Syrian Arabs, the Syriac Arabs, especially the Syriac Christian Arabs. So that's essentially what you're looking at here, which is just to say that there's been a lot of different terminologies that's been redefined here, and it's all to go and fit a certain narrative. And we don't need narratives, okay? What we need is the historical realities. And, just saying, like, talking about that, like, that's all, it's all interesting. That's all very, old time. It's just, we can't go and take situations like what was the reality of that region back 2,000 years ago, well, we're not going to be able to go and say that's relevant to the modern day, okay? What is relevant, however, what is true is that you should not then go and say, oh, these people that came into the land, 1,200 years ago, 1,300 years ago, well, now they're suddenly all the people who have the right to it, the eternal right, and then the people who originally lived there, they have no right to the land. They're colonizers and all this. They're not the indigenous people. Again, it's like it's very annoying sort of a perspective to have. Yeah.
What happened with the story of Aaron is his intention and the reason for his action was completely erased. And the problem with that is that was the story. So there's several reasons.
Again, it's like you can fault the mainstream media for the way they report the story, but it's like, I mean, again, Aaron Bushnell isn't like the major figure that these people are trying to go and make him out to be. I just found his story interesting because of the way that he was trying, they were trying to go and promote him via alternative media. But as far as the mainstream media goes, like, there's no real reason to go and focus on Aaron Bushnell any more than any other person who goes and commits suicide as a protest. I mean, remember, there are a bunch of people who do that. They just oftentimes don't do that in as gruesome ways as obviously with fires. So, yeah.
Why it's important to get Aaron's story right, to tell the story correctly. The first is that Aaron is an American.
No, he's not an average American. He hated America. He's an anarchist. He said that American patriotism is not different than fascism. This is not an average American. This is not an average American perspective. Aaron Bushnell hated the government. Like, again, this is like not an average American perspective. He's not an average American. He is an extremist who happens to be an American. Like, this is what he is, okay?
An average American, right? This is an ordinary person who took...
He's also not an ordinary person. He grew up in an extreme religious environment. He had a bunch of psychological issues that were hangovers from that he went and basically just applied to his newfound anarchist causes. So understand that he's not an average person. He is a very odd person in a lot of ways. He is a very out there person, which is the extreme, right? That's what the word extreme means. So he's not an ordinary American. He is an odd American.
An extreme measure to draw attention to and protest against what his own government is doing. And that's very important because what he was talking about wasn't just...
Aaron Bushnell, by the way, also did not approve of voting. He did not approve of the... he considered everything about America to be a farce. He considered the political parties a farce. He considered the voting system a farce. So I just understand that that's exactly how extremist he was. So no, he is absolutely not an ordinary American.
The actions of the state of Israel and what was happening to Palestinians. He said, I will not be complicit in genocide. That means he is holding his own government accountable in the most extreme way possible. To not get that right in a country that claims to be a democracy really undermines the entire system in which we live. If he was protesting the actions of an adversarial state, if he did this for, say, Ukraine, the way that the media would have covered it would have been entirely different.
And so here we have these people, a reminder, they're linked to Iran, and Iran is a weapons supplier for Russia. So these people are all in on the propaganda for the Russian side, of course. Obviously, Russia is ultimately one of the forces that's behind Hamas that was suggestive of this action. The leadership of Hamas, for the record, they live in Qatar. So again, this is what all the links we're seeing to this, cruddy little country. Honestly, like, I could say some things about Qatar right now, and they probably wouldn't be very nice. But so I'll just go and perhaps leave them off the measure. But you can perhaps imagine when I say that. The fact that the world lets itself be pushed around by this absolutely crappy little country in the Middle East when it could pretty easily be taken care of, it's like, just saying, like, wouldn't be that hard to go and take care of these guys, and that'd be a lot of propaganda off your back.
Because essentially the role of the media has become to maintain the status quo, to maintain whatever is the policy position of the...
And the position of the alternative media is to go and put forth propaganda that supports these adversarial regimes. Like, that's the entire point. And by the way, nobody would go and praise someone for committing suicide on behalf of Ukraine. Ukraine does not want people to go and commit suicide on their behalf. Ukraine is a nation that is full of reasonable people. They're not looking for your... There are ways to go and express sympathy for Ukraine. Killing yourself is absolutely not something that Ukrainians want. Just, again, absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not.
Government at the time. And that's what we're doing rather than, and it's not about valorizing or glorifying the action that Aaron took. And there's a lot of people who have tried to pathologize him and say, well, he was clearly, this is a case of a mental illness or someone who...
Again, there are different ways of using pathology. And yes, to have a guilt complex, to have tendencies towards extremism, these are pathologies. To have such a hatred of your own life that you go and take it on behalf of, like, take it in this way, like, these are pathologies. These are, at even just a basic level, these are pathologies. Even at a basic biological level, to go and put yourself out like this and to go and do this, like, that is a pathology. That is not something that creatures in nature do. So Aaron Bushnell did not have, like, an extreme mental illness. He had a high-functioning case of autism, essentially, as some of his friends labeled it, neurodivergence. So, yes, that is what Aaron Bushnell had. It's not enough to go and say that would then go and push him to go and be, like, an extremist or just that by default. But it's like, we also should not say that, that is something which means that he would never be inclined to go and do something that is extreme. Because, again, people who have sort of autistic tendencies, they do tend to go towards the extremes, okay? You just have to go on a site like Twitter, for example, look at all of the neurodivergent communists and that sort of thing out there, and you'll get the idea very quickly that these people are very much attracted to various forms of extremism because they lack the sort of personal depth to go and just go and rationally weigh different factions and different sides of matters. So,
who was in distress. I don't think that we can all...
basically, that just means that if you go to the extremes, it's like, there's us versus them, and that's a very, very simplistic dichotomy that you can go and have. It's a very flawed dichotomy. But that's essentially what you're looking at. So it's us versus them.
All of a sudden, we're all PhDs in psychology, and we can diagnose his actions. I think what we can all...
Again, it's like, you don't need a PhD in psychology to be like, somebody who's going and committing, again, it's like these extreme actions. That's what these people are calling it. It's like, yeah, you don't really need a PhD in psychology to be like, there's something a little bit off there.
Agree on is that he was clearly in distress. But what was missing in the stories was the reason why he was distressed. He was distressed because he told us the reason behind it, because of what we witnessed. And I think that's why it's so important to get the story right. There's a lack of humanity in the way that this narrative has been framed in the Western media, a lack of humanity for Palestinians, and even
once more, these people, they entirely diminish the humanity of the Israelis that were killed. They don't care. They just say, that those people are their aggressors, they're colonizers, blah, blah, blah. A reminder, like, that's a way of diminishing the humanity. Again, these people are, this might be a Muslim person, this might be a far left person, it might be someone who's both of those things at the same time. But the point is that when they throw around terms like colonizers, understand that that is a way to go and diminish humanity. That is saying, oh, you're not valid. Where you are in the world at the moment, you're not a valid person there. You need to be removed from that place. You need to go away. Until you go away from that place, your humanity is not valid. Reminder, like, that's literally what the term colonizer is being thrown around as here. So, yep, that's a way to go and diminish the humanity people, is a propaganda term. Yep, and that's what's being thrown around.
Even those who advocate for Palestinians, like Aaron. And this is a process of dehumanization that makes atrocities possible.
Again, Hamas was the one that went and committed the atrocity. Like, this is reality. This is what happened. They did that. Like, you don't go and kill civilians just for, you know, the hex and giggles of the thing. No, they went and killed the Israeli civilians because they hated them, because they had been taught to think of them as not human, of not worthy of a sort of human decency, of the rights that humans had. Islam, like many other systems, for example, of course, has this religious law that says you should not murder people, of course. But what happens is that there's all these little caveats that get added to that thing. And it's like, so of course there's like the war one, but then it's like, now maybe we can just go and say, they're colonizers, so, they're criminals, that they should be killed. This is essentially what you're doing here. And that is the mindset that makes atrocities possible. That's the mindset these sorts of people are promoting, that they want you to go and think in terms of categories of. And they're also trying to warp a lot of people in the West to go and see the Western countries as being, strictly colonizers or strictly oppressive people. And meanwhile, the countries that they support are the ones that are doing all the oppressing in the world at the moment. Like, understand that. These people are extremely hypocritical. They have absolutely no sense of any sort of universality about them. No, it's always just us versus them. And, anytime someone beats up on us, it's a terrible thing. But anytime we beat up on someone else, it's entirely justified. So, and of course, then they have all these little fictions they go and tell themselves. Like, for example, it's the Israeli government that was performing a false flag, and the Israelis went and killed all these people, and the Hamas only ended up killing a few hundred Israeli soldiers and police. That's all they did. They were good people. They didn't go in and commit massacres. So again, this is just the nonsense that you're seeing here.
We learn about these atrocities in history, and we think about how is it possible that this happened at that time. And yet we are living through an atrocity right now, and we're seeing...
But again, the factions that Hamas are affiliated with have also been committing atrocities throughout all this time. Like, just throughout the 21st century, they've been committing atrocities. You're seeing in Ukraine right now, where Putin has absolutely no restrictions on going and sending missiles into civilian areas in the Ukrainian cities. He's also running torture camps and all these other terrible things inside of the occupied zones. He is a genocidal power. Again, these people, look at Ukraine. The Ukraine's the one getting all the support in Western media, blah, blah, blah. There's absolutely no support for the Syrians that are being attacked by Assad. And there's no support for the Sudanese who are being subjected to a famine because, again, the Russian-controlled forces in that country. So there's just so many, and we can go and say other places here, but like all those dictatorships that have now sprung up in Africa, those are also Russian-affiliated, oftentimes put in place by literal support from Russian mercenaries. You have the Chinese who are creating debt traps. Like, understand, you have the Iranians who are going and persecuting people in their territory, like the Balochs. So understand that this is going on right at this moment, right at this time, and all these authoritarian countries have now gone together and thrown in for Hamas. So understand that that has a very strict meaning. You know what Hamas is. You know that they're one of the organizations that is for all of these evil countries. That is what they are. That is who they are. That is the reality of this situation. And people like this are the ones that are making all of these atrocities around the world possible. Okay? Like, this is just the reality of people like this.
How it's possible. It's possible when you dehumanize people. It's possible when an entire people, the Palestinians, have been dehumanized. And by not telling...
Again, nobody has dehumanized the Palestinians. this is not what has happened in the mainstream media. The mainstream media has put out a whole bunch of stories. You have all these Western leaders who are expressing concern over numbers that, remind you, are almost entirely the result of Hamas going and talking to people. Like they're constantly talking about humanitarian crises. These people are constantly getting invited onto the mainstream media shows. It's like, yes, this is the narrative that has been put out there, and it's the alternative media that's been propping up this narrative. Then it goes into the mainstream media. You have the influencers who are, of course, spreading out their various different stuff. So you have like the bread tubers, for example, who have gone hard on to the we're pro Gaza and all that sort of thing. And so just understand that there's all these different little propaganda outlets that are going and converging on this story.
Aaron's story correctly, you are dehumanizing the advocates of Palestinians as well. And to have to go to that extent.
By the way, also remember that the Palestinians, they're not the ones who have been attacked across the Western world. Like, the Jews have been constantly getting dehumanized across the Western world ever since this situation, because all of the Muslims suddenly went, we're going to go hop on this bandwagon, and then all the leftists went and hopped on this bandwagon, and all the far right went and hopped on this bandwagon. Like, these are the sorts of groups that you're going and looking at. They're going in front of, synagogues, going and screaming at Jews and all that sort of thing. And it's like, again, this sort of is exactly what
is really, to me, tarnishes not only the reputation of the media, but shows how deeply ingrained these ideas are within our society that we have to go to such lengths simply not to humanize a group of people.
Once more, remember, these people do exactly the same thing with Israelis, where they just go and present them as an invalid, genocidal government, and it's just like, yeah. But again, remember, if you ever want to know what these people are, they just hold to an extreme form of us versus them, and anything that's in the in-group, us, well, that's awesome, that's great. Anything that goes and opposes that in-group, no matter what action that in-group goes and takes, well, that's a bad thing. So understand that there's no sense of universality here. It's just us versus them, okay? So it's very, very important to go and consider. And I do say that there is sort of this, again, it's sort of ironic in a way, right? Because, you look at the Jews, and, it's historically a group that's considered itself the chosen people, and yet the chosen people are now, of course, a lot more universalistic than the group that claims to be this universal religion, which has, an us versus them against everything. It's just so ridiculous. And, of course, the far leftists who go and advocate for this thing are even more ridiculous, because they don't even have the religious excuse. For them, it's just, this alleged ideological universalism, but even that is us versus them, and they don't even have a god to go and justify that. It's just here it's this abstract idea. It's just very, very ridiculous stuff. Very, very ridiculous.
People.
All right.
Oh yeah, Aaron's.
Okay, and now we have the take from Al Jazeera, and this is with the woman on the left. There is Talia Jane. So she was the one who is the far left reporter who was talking about Aaron Bushnell. I think she was in the hospital monitoring him and that sort of thing. And then the woman on the right is the host of the take. And this, again, is by Al Jazeera, which is, once more, a Qatari propaganda outlet. So, yep, just keep that in mind.
Last words were "Free Palestine." And hours after the public learned of his death, those words were trending on...
Again, to just go and say, Aaron Bushnell put that into the book. No. Free Palestine has been trending for months and months. Trust me, I've been monitoring it. It comes and goes, yeah, but it's it's a very common thing on social media to see, especially on the old Twitter. So, yep.
The social media platform formerly known as...
But again, they want to go and astroturf Aaron to... And a reminder, a lot of that was also being pushed by bots. So, the word astroturfing, which once more comes up here, is where a small group wants to go and create the impression that there's grassroots support for something, so they basically go and forge support and then attempt to go and get that to go and be, a major thing. You most commonly see this in terms of media productions where, where basically media companies try and go and use various ways to go and fake popularity for something in the hopes that that'll go and make something actually popular. This is exactly what's been happening with these propagandists and Aaron Bushnell. They've just gone and said, Aaron Bushnell should be, this great hero, and we're going to go and put a bunch of propaganda about him and all of that. So that's what's been happening.
Twitter X. What do you make of that?
No, this is absolutely a moment in history. There have been people going about their day, encountering other people, talking about this in real life.
See, and this is a very vapid take, right? It's like, there's going to be this before Aaron Bushnell and after Aaron Bushnell, and of course, I know it's going to be hindsight 2020 here, but it's like, it didn't end up going anywhere. They were trying to go and astroturf it somewhere, but it didn't end up going anywhere, and people have the same opinions before and after this act because opinion on the whole Israel-Palestine thing has been pretty set, because if you're the sort of person who essentially buys into a certain ideology about the way the world works, you're going to go and believe in the whole Hamas side. That's essentially just because of the way that the language is labeling it, and I really do mean that. Like, I believe that's literally how vapid it is. Just because you call someone a colonizer, and it's like, then certain people are like, that means they're an oppressor, and okay, I'm of course going to align myself with the oppressed. What else would I do? That's just the way I am. That because I'm a good person, and that's essentially their ideology.
People all over the political spectrum who are impacted.
Yeah, that's also a bad statement, because it's like, really more what it is that the reactionary groups ran with it. Nobody else really cared about Aaron Bushnell, okay? It was just essentially the reactionaries. Everyone else looked at it and were like, the guy burned himself, all right, well, it's a tragic thing that happened, and I'm going to go and continue on with my life. But then the reactionaries were trying to go and, hype him up and all that, but yeah.
Who are processing and who are engaging with what is going on, that maybe for the first time, or maybe for the first time in a long time.
All right, so that was her little take there. Again, I think that's a pretty vapid take. It's like, I want this to go and be a big moment. I want this to go be the thing that changes everything. And again, it's not, it's not the reality of this.
It's really broken my heart.
Okay, and this is going to be a review from a Turkish news agency, and this is a Turkish news agency specifically that is affiliated with the Turkish government, specifically Erdogan's party. So, believe it or not, you're going to have the hard right in Turkey also going and pushing this stuff. Okay, and of course Erdogan, for those who don't know, he's gone and made the whole Israel-Palestine thing one of his big talking points over the recent months. Yep, so that's been his thing. And they're currently interviewing Jenny Rosemary. Okay. So the first person that the hard-right Turkish people are reviewing is apparently a transgender person, I'm going to guess.
Hard to see just how much damage we've done and how much our government has given money to Israel and the forces that are used to attack Palestinians. And what that man did last night I thought was an extreme act, but an act of morality, and I think we should all hope to be that brave. I think to get to this point, it's taken a lot of ignorance on behalf of the U.S. government. Yeah, it's like, these people once more, the people who believe in these alternative media stuff and then the alternative narratives, I'm not going to say, alternative media, it has its place. It's been done very badly generally, because what alternative media does is that once you go and
have this idea that, oh, you're so much superior to the normies who listen to standard media. Oh, you're so much, better than them. You're a social elite of a sorts. So they basically want to go and put in your mind that you're an elitist for listening to them. Except, you're oftentimes not, because a lot of what they report is hearsay, and they distort things in a whole bunch of different ways. They'll get you believing absolutely crazy stuff. Just absolutely crazy stuff. That whole flat earth thing that people were talking about, like, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's not even a major thing that you could be believing in. That is but the mouth of babes from this sort of what you can go and believe in. So it's like,
and they can't have missed all the videos of people suffering and the deaths, but
he also, of course, apparently, or whatever this person wants to go and identify as basically, these people, they just go and ignore, like, everything else that's happening in the world. They're very mind-focused on this exact singular issue, and then they want to go and ignore all the context of what's been happening in the Middle East, what's been happening in the world. They apparently don't care about any of the deaths that have been happening outside of this place, like the deaths from people that, the factions that are affiliated with Hamas, that they've caused. It's like just absolute garbage. Absolute garbage.
I like to think that one of their own kind, someone who's in the military, that hopefully will change something.
Yeah, just being in the military, like, that's... Like, a soldier is not someone who hobnobs the politicians. I don't know how to go in. These people keep saying, oh, the military has this big place in society, and this big prominence. It's just like, no, this is... you're not better off talking about geopolitics simply because you're in the military. That's not how this works.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
It's important for me to come out here to show solidarity and support with those who are taking extreme acts of resistance that...
Note that, by the way, like, it's like, extreme acts of resistance, extreme acts. Just... Like I said, it's a whole religious mindset that's messed these people up. It's just, they don't even know it.
Shows their solidarity and support with Palestine and our people.
And I hope some of you will join us. Thank you.
A reminder, that was the Turkish hard right promoting that. So that is what the message of the Turkish far right wants you to go and believe in. All right. So yeah, that's a summary of various videos on Aaron Bushnell and my reactions to them. I hope you found this little series entertaining, and yep, I hope I gave you some information too that you could go and perhaps if you ever encounter one of these people in real life, you can go and respond to them. You can go and tell them, what exactly you think about their various perspectives. The only thing, of course, being, keep in mind that these sorts of people, they have a very cultish sort of mindset. When you have this sort of us versus them mindset, you're a lot less willing to go and look at what other people have to say, because you're under the impression that, everyone who isn't me is evil. Like, that's literally what us versus them means. So yeah, it's just a very difficult mindset to go and break out of. Anyways, this has been Qatari Lightning. Have a good one.